Chapter 252. How's the investigation going? Gu Changa nodded slightly and asked calmly, Master, the Inde has already appeared, but we don't know its exact location. During this period of time, the Inde aura has already swept through many regions and annexed the territories of many forces. Now, there is a Inde battlefield in southern heaven. A large number of Inde beings are surging out from it, and many cultivators have already rushed there. And I heard that the quota for the True Immortal Academy this time is related to the Inde battlefield. Only by killing a certain number of Inde beings will one be qualified to enter the True Immortal Academy. The creature of the Yaksha tribe reported, respectfully. His name was Yi Han, and he could be considered Gu Changa's confidant. Gu Changa handed many important matters to him. Even many cultivators in the outside world knew that this Yaksha was one of his people and did not dare to provoke him. So many things have happened while I was in seclusion. Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly and seemed to be deep in thought. The early appearance of the Inde did not affect him much. After all, not many people dared to risk their lives to go to the area covered by the Inde aura. Other than himself, no one would know the purpose of his search for the Inde. Many people would even think that he was trying to stop the spread of the Inde. And this was the benefit of reputation. The construction of the True Immortal Academy was almost complete, but at this time there was no news of the selection of candidates. It seemed that it was indeed related to the Inde. When the time comes, as long as the young people want to enter the True Immortal Academy, they will rush to the Inde. After being a coward for so long, that boy who feeds the horse can't sit still at this time. Thinking of this, Gu Changa could not help but smile with interest. Let's go to southern heaven. Then he said and waved his sleeve. An incomparably huge ancient warship suddenly fell into the air and expanded with the wind. The huge Gu word on it was simple and majestic, swaying in the air. Then it rumbled across the sky. Southern heaven was located in the extreme south of the upper realm, close to the extremely prosperous and boundless world of the upper realm, the demon realm. The demon world was an ancient world that belonged solely to the demon race. It had existed for a very long time and could even be traced back to the most ancient times. Since ancient times, there had been many demon emperors, and other existences. Even the imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies were wary of the monster realm and would not easily provoke them. However, what left the deepest impression on cultivators was the 9 suns hanging in the sky. The 9 suns hung in the sky, raining down terrifying solar primordial fire, causing the extremely hot weather in the southern Shang heaven. For cultivators with slightly weaker cultivation bases, it was very likely that their souls would be damaged after being exposed to the sun for too long. Legend has it that in ancient times Nanxing Sky was the territory of the demon realm's Golden Crow clan. However, for some unknown reason, the 8 most powerful existences of the Golden Crow clan were killed by an unknown existence. Then he used his magic power to refine 8 suns and hung them high in the sky as a warning to others. However, there were very few members of the Golden Crow clan now. They were almost nowhere to be seen. Whether this rumor was true or false, there was no way to verify. Nanxing Sky had become a place where good and bad people mixed together. Many orthodoxies and clans had left many people here. Now, this place had become even more lively. Almost every day, cultivators could be seen coming from all over. They were either riding on divine lights, ferocious beasts, ancient warships, or flying boats. However, most of them were the younger generation. They came from the imperishable sects, supreme Taoist orthodoxies, or some forbidden areas. They were the current generation successors, sealed ancient young kings, ancient freaks, and so on. Their strength and cultivation bases were all very shocking. Their backgrounds were even more terrifying. Ordinary cultivators would turn pale and retreat when they saw them. They did not dare to provoke them. In this golden age, all kinds of young existences appeared in Nanxing Sky. Everyone knew their purpose. The Een battlefield, At this moment, Yi Langtian and his sister Yiliuli were leading a large group of people in a pavilion in an ancient city. Opposite them was the Longevity Wang family's young supreme, Wang Wushuang. There were other people in the other direction, such as the successor of the Vermilion Bird clan, Qiling, and the others. They were all familiar faces from the immortal ancient continent. During this period, they had all had fortuitous encounters. Their cultivation bases had improved a lot, and they had all broken through to the true God realm. Now that they were gathered here, it was obvious that they were discussing something. The appearance of the Yin battlefield recently has surprised many forces. Many territories and orthodoxies have been affected. The appearance of the Yin battlefield in Nanxing Sky is a good opportunity for us to train. However, you should know that we are the current generation's prodigies. In terms of cultivation base, we are naturally weaker than those ancient freaks. If we clash with them, we won't be able to gain any advantage. It would be even more regrettable if we miss out on something important because of this. The one who spoke was Wang Wushuang. Golden patterns appeared in his eyes, making him look very mysterious. As he spoke, the others had strange expressions on their faces. They nodded one after another. After all, they were all here for the Yin battlefield. Naturally, they knew how important it was. What Wang Wushuang said was what they were worried about. Otherwise, they would not have come here to discuss and think of countermeasures. Brother Wang, what you said is what we are worried about. After all, the Yin battlefield this time is related to the quota of the True Immortal Academy. Even if we have powerful backgrounds, the True Immortal Academy will not give us any face, Yi Langtian sighed and said. When the True Immortal Academy was mentioned, everyone, including him, had a sincere yearning. After all, that was an immortal. That was the realm that countless cultivators dreamed of. The True Immortal Academy's existence was to nurture a true immortal in this era. If the true immortal did not appear, the Yin battlefield would not be able to stop the spread of the Yin battlefield. When that time came, countless orthodoxies and living beings would suffer. Since everyone knows this, that's good. Now that the True Immortal Academy has appeared, it's a chance for us. Only by entering the True Immortal Academy will we have a chance to surpass those ancient freaks. They have cultivated longer than us, and their foundation and cultivation base are deeper than ours. For us, only by obtaining the quota to enter the True Immortal Academy will we have the qualifications to compete with them. Wang Wushuang said slowly. He was confident that he would obtain the quota to enter the True Immortal Academy. And the way to obtain the quota to enter the True Immortal Academy was to enter the Yin battlefield and kill Yin spirits to obtain points. This was also the requirement that the True Immortal Academy gave to all the younger generation. After all, if they did not even have the courage to enter the Yin battlefield, was there a need to fight for the position of True Immortal? So, when the time comes for us to enter the Yin battlefield, we have to think of a way to walk together and help each other. I think everyone already knows how powerful and difficult the Yin spirits are. Wang Wushuang continued speaking. His gaze slowly swept across the crowd as he proposed his idea. If young Master Chang'e was here at this time, perhaps things would be much better. Even those ancient freaks would be fearful when they meet him. At this moment, two young supreme beings spoke softly. These words were immediately approved by many people. Even Wang Wushuang nodded. Apart from his sister, in this generation, only Gu Chang'e, an inheritor of the demonic arts, had the ability to fight against the ancient freaks. Speaking of Brother Gu, he should be here soon. At this moment, Yi Langtian could not help but reveal a slight smile. Coincidentally, after Brother Gu came out of seclusion, I sent him a message. Logically speaking, he should be here soon. Hearing him speak, the eyes of the Vermilion Bird clan successor, Qiling, who had been silent all this while, could not help but light up slightly. She revealed a look of surprise. Fellow Taoist Chang'e, are you also coming? Many young supreme beings also revealed expressions of joy as reverence rose in their hearts. Gu Chang'e was undoubtedly in existence, like the backbone of this generation of young people. Whether it was status, or strength, they all stood at the top of their generation, to the point where there were few who could compare to them. With Gu Changa here, the pressure they faced against the ancient freaks would be much less. "You're saying that Gu Changa is coming here?" At this moment, a clear and crisp voice suddenly sounded from the corner of the stairs below the pavilion. A tall and beautiful girl with shoulder-length silver hair was standing there. She was Ingyu, who had come to inquire after coming to Nanxing Sky. There were many young people beside her. In terms of appearance, they were very different from the human race. They either had horns on their heads and looked like dragons, or had wings on their backs and looked like phoenixes. They were all shrouded in splendor, walking with majestic steps and looking around disdainfully. Their auras were powerful, and their vitality was astonishing. This was a group of young supreme beings from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Among them, there was a black-robed man with slightly closed eyes. There was a scale pattern between his eyebrows, and his aura was much stronger than the rest. He was an ancient freak. He had been sealed since ancient times until now. His father was a follower of Heavenly Emperor Ying, so he was also sealed until now, and became a follower of Heavenly Emperor Ying's son. Although he couldn't be compared to the son of the Heavenly Emperor like Ying Shuang, his cultivation was much stronger than the young supreme beings of this generation. At this moment, after hearing Yingyu's question, the expressions of many young supreme beings in the pavilion changed slightly. Obviously, they recognized Yingyu's identity. Now, although her brother Ying Shuang was very suspected to be the inheritor of the demonic arts and had been secretly attacked by many cultivators, her strength was still very strong. However, his strength was there for all to see. If they really encountered him, they would not be his match. Yingyu's own strength was also not to be underestimated. It was extremely terrifying, and her body already had the pressure of a quasi-sage. This meant that she had already surpassed many young supreme beings. For a moment, the expressions of the young supreme beings, including Wang Wushuang and Yi Langtian, became unsightly. "Miss is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering?" The black-robed man, who had been looking down, suddenly shouted. A terrifying, faint golden pattern flashed between his eyebrows. Then, strands of laws and order burst out from the void. Dong! It was as if a huge bell had exploded. The terrifying fluctuation seemed to roar in their ears. Many people's faces turned pale, and they directly took a few steps back. Some people were even worse. Blood flowed out of their facial orifices. They were seriously injured by the sound. Peak of the Divine King realm. Yi Langtian and Wang Wushuang were both protected by a secret technique. For a moment, they were fine, but their expressions darkened. This person's strength was definitely not something the two of them could fight against. "Don't be ungrateful." The black-robed man smiled coldly again. He looked down on the group of young supreme beings in front of him. "Agu, don't be rude. Gu Changa will come here." Yingyu frowned at this moment and spoke again. She first reprimanded the black-robed man, then asked the people in front of her. She still remembered the last time she went to the Longevity Gu family to visit Gu Changa. In the end, he made her wait bitterly in front of the Gu family's mountain gate for more than half a month with the excuse that he was in seclusion. In the end, he made her leave in anger. This humiliation was still fresh in Yingyu's mind. If Gu Changa was going to come here today, she would ask for the reason. Also, why did he want to frame her brother? Brother Changa did say that he would come, but I'm not sure when he will come. Yi Langtian frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied with the other party's attitude. However, due to the other party's power, he still said so. "Very well, I'll wait here for him. I don't believe that I won't see him like last time." Yingyu nodded and said indifferently. She knew that Gu Changa was very strong, so she didn't want to provoke him. She only wanted to ask him some questions and help her brother get rid of suspicion. In the current younger generation, besides Gu Changa, only the successor of the human ancestor palace had the right to speak. Although the other ancient freaks and young kings were powerful, They were far inferior to Gu Changa in terms of power and influence. There's no need for you to wait. I'm already here. At this moment, a faint laugh sounded. 2 Ingyu's expression changed. The expression of the black-robed man beside her also changed abruptly. He turned very pale and didn't dare to be as arrogant and domineering as before. A large group of people suddenly appeared outside the pavilion. The person leading them was Gu Changa, who had just arrived in Nanching Sky. Behind him was a large group of followers with shocking qi and blood, causing the expressions of the cultivators along the way to change and turn a little pale. Needless to say, they knew who he was from such a powerful aura. Their expressions couldn't help but become extremely fearful. "Brother Changa!" "Brother Gu!" Upon seeing Gu Changa's arrival, the young supremes in the pavilion were overjoyed and hurriedly went forward to greet him, as if they had seen their backbone. Their fear and grievance were swept away. "Brother Yi!" Brother Wang missed chilling. There was a strange look in Gu Changa's eyes. Then he greeted everyone with a smile that made people feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. He looked even more extraordinary and handsome. As for Ingyu and the others on the other side, they were ignored by him. "It's been a long time since we last met. Brother Gu, you're even more elegant than before. Even your cultivation is more unfathomable. Brother Changa, you came at the right time." Yi Langtian, Chiliang, and the others also spoke with joy on their faces. Although they were of the same generation, they couldn't help but lower their heads in front of Gu Changa. This made them feel very emotional. Even the black-robed man, who was very arrogant and domineering, just now paled after seeing Gu Changa's arrival. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, and he didn't dare to speak, remaining silent like a cicada in winter. It was obvious how powerful Gu Changa was. Even the people from Tianhuang Mountain didn't dare to be presumptuous when seeing him. Chapter 253. Gu Changa. At this time, Ingyu spoke first. This was the first time she saw Gu Changa in person. He was far more terrifying than the rumors said. Just the large group of followers behind him was enough to explain everything. Not to mention Gu Changa's cultivation. Even as a quasi-saint, she couldn't see through it clearly, as if there was a layer of fog. This reminded Ingyu of the rumor that Gu Changa had fought with a supreme saint in the immortal ancient continent. This man was far more unfathomable than she had imagined. This made Ingyu more cautious. She had planned to ask about the humiliation she had suffered at the Gu family's mountain gate. But now she had forgotten about it. "Oh, what can I do for you, Miss Ingyu?" Hearing Ingyu call his name, Gu Changa seemed to notice her and said in surprise. When he was investigating Ying Shuang, he knew about her sister Ingyu. He didn't expect that she would come to him as soon as he arrived in Nanching Heaven. This made Gu Changa a little surprised. It had been a long time since he had the feeling of a leak coming to him. "Gu Changa, you said that my brother is the inheritor of demonic arts. Isn't that too presumptuous?" Ingyu was very direct. Her silver eyes stared at him. She went straight to the point and asked this question in front of everyone. Gu Changa was a little surprised when she heard this. "Did I mention this before?" "Miss Ingyu, perhaps you are mistaken?" He was telling the truth. He really didn't say this. Oh, no, it wasn't that he didn't say anything, but that he didn't mention Ying Shuang at all. Back at the Longevity Gu family, when he put the blame on Ying Shuang, Gu Changa was just agreeing with the guess of the successor of the human ancestor hall, Wang Zijin. Even if Ingyu wanted to settle the score, she should look for Wang Zijin. It had nothing to do with Gu Changa. Yu's expression changed slightly. She realized that this sentence was wrong. Indeed, Gu Changa had never said that. But at that time, everyone felt that someone was framing Tianhuang Mountain. Only Gu Changa and Wang Zijin did the opposite. They felt that Tianhuang Mountain was purposely trying to confuse the public and make everyone overlook them. After all, everyone felt that Tianhuang Mountain was framed. In that case, when they were investigating the inheritor of the demonic arts, they would definitely overlook Sky Emperor Mountain and think that they were also victims. Such a method was even more despicable than directly saying that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. Unfortunately, they couldn't find a way to wash away all of this. Gu Changa, that was clearly what you meant at that time, and now you still want to quibble. My brother has no enmity with you. Why do you want to frame him? Ingyu was still unwilling to give up. After all, it wasn't easy for her to meet Gu Changa. She wouldn't give up so easily. At this time, she hoped that her brother would come with her and confront Gu Changa. But after Ing Shuang came to southern Xingtian, she didn't leave her residence. She said that she was waiting for news from the absolute Yin battlefield. This made Ingyu very helpless. There was nothing she could do. Why should I quibble? I also didn't directly conclude who is the inheritor of the demonic arts. Could it be that Miss Ingyu thinks that the matter of the inheritor of the demonic arts is child's play, and you can casually close the coffin? And as you said, I have no enmity with Prince Ing. Is there a need for me to do this? What I said to Saintess Zijin was just a possibility. Even if you want to blame someone, you should blame Saintess Zijin, right? You came to find trouble with me because you think that I'm gentle and easy to deal with? Gu Changa smiled faintly, but towards the end his smile also disappeared. His expression was deep and cold. I don't have such thoughts. Gu Changa, you think too much. Ingyu gritted her teeth. Her spirit trembled as she felt that terrifying power. She felt like she was suffocating. Gu Changa was still fine when he spoke earlier, but now that he changed his expression, she could feel that terrifying feeling even more directly. Gu Changa's words made the expressions of the cultivators in the pavilion and nearby who were paying close attention to this place change drastically. After all, the matter of the inheritor of the demonic arts was of great importance. Now, Ingyu's actions were unreasonable in the eyes of the crowd. Gu Changa and the successor of the human ancestors' hall did not say that Prince Ing was the inheritor of the demonic arts. They merely mentioned their own thoughts at that time. After many cultivators discussed it, that was what they thought. No one was a fool who would do something that was difficult and unrewarding. At the end of the day, the human ancestors' hall had resisted the inheritor of the demonic arts for many years. Many people believed Wang Zijin's words. Not to mention, a while ago, another successor of the human ancestors' hall also stopped outside the Tianhuang mountain and left in the end. With all these signs, the Tianhuang mountain was the greatest suspect. How else did you want to clear her name? There were many experts in the ancient city of the southern, flourishing heavens. Even if Ingyu was the biological daughter of Emperor Ing, she would not dare to incur the wrath of the masses. In my opinion, it's obvious that she can't find a solution, and that's why she looked for young Master Changa. She's already anxious. Let's wait until the day her brother's identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts is exposed. Let's see what expression she'll have then. I think she's completely covering up for the inheritor of the demonic arts and intends to make the entire world her enemy. Why don't we kill her here today so that we don't leave behind a scourge in the future? Immediately, the surrounding cultivators discussed coldly and murderously. When they reached Ingyu's ears, her face turned slightly pale. After Gu Changa's words, her actions earlier on had clearly incurred the wrath of the masses. Forget it. It seems like Miss Ingyu has a pure personality and is a straightforward person. I won't be calculative about today's matter. I know you'll come around. At this moment, Gu Changa sighed somewhat helplessly and waved his hand. When his followers saw this, they immediately understood what he meant and began to chase away the surrounding cultivators. Even Gu Changa did so. At this moment, the surrounding crowd also understood that he did not want to pursue the matter. Immediately, they did not dare to disrespect him and dispersed from the surroundings, not daring to continue watching the commotion. When the crowd's anger dissipated, the black-robed man and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Inexplicably, they felt somewhat grateful to Gu Changa. They also knew that if the crowd's anger had erupted with their strength, There was no way they could have stopped so many cultivators. Today, they would have either died or been injured. Who asked them to be so unlucky to be involved with the inheritor of the demonic arts? Very quickly, only Wang Wushuang, Yi Lengtian, Qi Ling, and the other young supremes were left in the pavilion, as well as the pale-faced Yu and the people around her. Gu Changa's sudden rescue made her a little surprised and puzzled. Logically speaking, Gu Changa should have been angry and attacked her when she came so aggressively and asked directly, "Why did he help her? Since you're already here, why don't you sit down and have a drink, missing you?" At this time, Gu Changa sat down with a calm and natural expression, and then greeted the somewhat stunned Yu. Miss, this is young Master Changa's invitation. Don't be stubborn anymore. At the same time, apologize to young Master Changa for your disrespect just now." The black-robed man beside Yu saw this and immediately whispered to her. At the same time, he looked at Gu Changa with a slightly flattering and fawning look. Although he was asked by his father to follow Prince Ing, he was not stupid. He understood that now Ing Shuang was like a clay Buddha crossing the river. She could not even protect herself. Before the matter of the inheritor of the demonic arts was settled, there was no other way to follow Ing Shuang except to be beaten like a rat crossing the street. He might as well take the opportunity to express his goodwill to Gu Changa. Whether in terms of status or strength, the current Gu Changa was far superior to Ing Shuang. This scene shocked the group of young supreme martial artists who had just been injured by this ancient freak. Then they could not help but be silent, and their hearts were filled with emotion. When could they be like Gu Changa? Without doing anything, he could deter many existences with just his power. Gu Changa, thank you for helping me out just now. Yu wasn't someone who couldn't tell good from bad. She knew how to prioritize. At this time, she sat down naturally and gracefully. Everyone was also very tactful and gave her the seat beside Gu Changa. She hesitated for a moment and then sat down. If she sat too far away from Gu Changa, it would inevitably be a little rude. Gu Changa did not seem to care about this. He minded his own business and drank his wine, chatting with Wang Wushuang and the others. After Yu sat down, he no longer paid attention to her. Gradually, Yu felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Her whole body was uncomfortable, and it reminded her of the scene when she was waiting in front of the Longevity Gu family's mountain gate. She thought that Gu Changa had helped her out just now because he wanted something from her. But now, it seemed that Gu Changa had done it in passing. She was thinking too much. Otherwise, why would he ignore her after letting her sit down? For a moment, Yu could not understand Gu Changa's actions. He did not look like he had any ill intentions towards her and her brother. At this time, the black-clothed man behind Yu kept winking at her, indicating that she should take the initiative to toast. After all, at this time, standing there like a block of wood and not doing anything was not only silly, but also stupid. Yu also reacted abruptly. When did she become so stupid? Gu Changa, this toast is to you for helping me out just now. However, it was obvious that this was her first toast, so she was very unfamiliar with it. Her words were also very stiff. Hearing this, Gu Changa turned his head to look at her. His eyes were somewhat interested, but he was not surprised. After all, everything was within his expectations. There is no need for this wine. Then he waved his hand and casually said, "Just now I just saw that you have a simple and straightforward personality. I know that you have no ill intentions, so I did this. If you came with ill intentions, do you believe that I would have already crushed your head?" His words were understated, but they carried a bone-piercing chill. Yu could not help but shiver, and her face paled. She knew that Gu Changa's words were not empty words. Gu Changa was completely capable of this. "If I were you, instead of wasting time on me, why don't you ask your brother instead? Maybe he has something that he is hiding from you? He won't come out and confront me." Then, Gu Changa smiled as if nothing had happened. Of course, Ing Shuang did not dare to confront him. After all, Gu Changa still had something on her. Ying Shuang was also very clear about this. I understand, then, and you quickly recovered. From Gu Changa's actions, it showed that he indeed had no enmity with Ying Shuang and the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The reason why she had such a guess was only based on the most appropriate possibility at that time. Therefore, the problem did not lie with Gu Changa. Then, who did it lie with? Yu fell into deep thought. Looking at this scene, Gu Changa's expression was somewhat thought-provoking. The person who seized the body of the child of destiny. His biggest weakness was the person who was most familiar with him. Some things he would stop at that. As for the rest, as long as Ying was not stupid, she would be able to find out. Ying Shuang had been lying to her. Gu Changa could already faintly see the scene of the brother and sister turning against each other. Then he began to take the initiative to pour wine for Ying. It could be seen that she rarely drank wine, and the wine here, even if it was dissolved by cultivator 660, the after effect was still very strong. Ying did not expect that Gu Changa would actually pour wine for her. For a moment, she was a little flattered. Although her alcohol tolerance was not good, at this time, it was not good to brush away Gu Changa's face. Soon, a few cups were down. She was a little dizzy and almost fell. Fortunately, Gu Changa's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast, supporting her. Thank you, young Master Gu. At this time, Inyu's head was even more dizzy, and her face was slightly red. However, the way she addressed Gu Changa had also changed. Gu Changa shook his head slightly helplessly. Missing you, your alcohol tolerance, the black-clothed man named Gu scratched his head and said flatteringly, Miss rarely drinks wine. I hope young Master Changa will not blame us. Gu Changa waved his hand. Then you can bring Miss Yu back. He finished speaking. Yu's two maids immediately stepped forward and supported her to leave. Young Master Changa, then we will take our leave first. The black-clothed man revealed a smile, and then left with his men. Gu Changa's eyes flashed with a strange light. Except for him, the others did not see any abnormalities. When he was supporting Yu just now, he took the opportunity to leave a rune mark, just enough to determine her and Ying Shuang's location. Moreover, if Yu went back drunk, what would her brother think? After all, the person who was drinking with her was him. Then, the rest of the young Supreme Masters also took their leave. But in the end, Yi Langtian and Yi Liuli chose to stay. They told Gu Changa a lot of news about the true Immortal Academy this time, and even told Gu Changa another thing that interested him more. Another inheritor of demonic arts has appeared? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows and asked without much change in his expression, Are you sure this is true? My sister and I saw it with our own eyes. According to my understanding of the inheritors of demonic arts during this period of time, it shouldn't be wrong. At that time, that mysterious person should have been cultivating in the wilderness with some ancient corpse essence, swallowing and exhaling the moonlight. All kinds of scenes are exactly the same as the forbidden demonic arts in the records. Yi Langtian said with a heavy expression. At that time, there was an ancient artifact that also involved the forbidden demonic arts, and it happened to be bought by that mysterious person. Yi Liuli also said, I see. After hearing this, Gu Changa nodded, a little thoughtful. Interesting. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. In this world, there was another inheritor of demonic arts besides him. Was it true? Or was it a disguise? The demonic arts he had were innate, not inherited from anyone. And now, the inheritor of demonic arts. Could it be that he had received the inheritance of a certain generation of demonic arts? However, in Gu Changa's mind, a figure inexplicably appeared. Whether it was true or not, he would only know after confirming it. Chapter 254. After Yi Langtian and Yi Liuli finished talking about this matter, they stood up and left. After all, their purpose was to tell Gu Changa about this. The inheritor of the demonic arts was very important. Even if they told Gu Changa, they would still feel very uneasy. Although Gu Changa was strong, he might not be able to deal with two inheritors of the demonic arts. It had been really eventful recently. The absolute battlefield attracted countless cultivators, a mix of good and bad people. Not only was the most suspicious prince, Shuang, among them, but now another inheritor of the demonic arts could also be among them. When they entered the ultimate battlefield, not only would they have to be wary of the spirit, but they would also have to worry about the inheritor of the demonic arts hiding in the dark. It was really bad news. Brother Yi, take care. Gu Chang'e nodded, slightly. After the two left, he could not help but have a strange look in his eyes. No matter what, he had to find out who this inheritor of the demonic arts that suddenly appeared was first. Although he had some guesses in his heart, he could not be sure before he saw the person. Then he thought of something and wrote a letter, telling Yanji to investigate some things first. Although the entrance to the ultimate battlefield is still uncertain, the location of the ultimate sky can be narrowed down. At the same time, we have to find a tool to scout the way. Gu Chang'e could not help but fall into deep thought. He was determined to get the ultimate sky. Even if his demonic arts were to be exposed in the future, as long as he occupied the ultimate sky, he would still be able to make the entire upper realm wary. Not to mention that there was no risk of his demonic arts being exposed now. Occupying the ultimate sky was just a precaution. It could also become his ultimate trump card. Therefore, very quickly, Gu Chang'e thought of a person. Wang Zijin, his fellow transmigrator. According to Wang Wushuang, Wang Zijin had actually also come to Nanxing Sky. However, for some reason, she was now nowhere to be found. However, Gu Chang'e had a way to get her to appear. Wang Zijin was the daughter of Providence, with immortal spirit body. Her own Providence points were also shocking. With such Providence points, Wang Zijin's luck was definitely not bad. Judging from the fact that her cultivation far exceeded that of her peers, she must have obtained a lot of opportunities. Therefore, what Gu Chang'e was thinking about now was how to make Wang Zijin the scavenger. Wang Zijin was a transmigrator. Although he was smart and cunning, he also brought with him his previous life's idleness and egoism. He liked to ridicule and join in the fun when he had nothing to do. This was something that Gu Chang'e had a deep understanding of from his previous interactions with her. Others might not know what Wang Zijin was talking about, but he understood him very well. He knew what kind of person he was. Therefore, it was not difficult to scheme against her, not to mention that Wang Zijin seemed to be very interested in him. Someone, send a message to Wang Wushuang. Tell him to tell me once he knows where his sister is. After that, Gu Chang'e called for Yi Han and instructed him. Yes, master. Yi Han obeyed and left. Not long after, Gu Chang'e also heard a notification from the system. Shuang's providence had been damaged. This was within his expectations. Although this amount of providence points was not a lot, and Gu Chang'e did not care about them at all, it was enough to show that Shuang's providence points were decreasing. Everything was going according to his plan. System, was the scene I saw in Peach Village a few days ago a sign of the next child of Providence? At this moment, Gu Chang'e thought of something important and asked the system. In the scene he saw back then, a woman with black hair hugged her knees and looked very lonely. She was waiting for something under a withered peach tree. Gu Chang'e felt that the scene was related to Tao Yao. However, since he saw it, it meant that it was most likely related to him. However, Gu Chang'e was not sure about this. This was because even he did not know what would appear in his memory one day. Just like the immortal devouring demonic technique back then, one after another, they would suddenly appear in his mind one day. Who could say for sure about something like the previous life? Who wasn't an avatar maniac? Hearing Gu Chang'e's question, the system could not help but answer. This matter is temporarily out of the system's deduction range. Master, please ask another question. Gu Chang'e didn't expect it to answer so straightforwardly. However, this answer was really hard to explain. What did it mean by temporarily out of the deduction range? Did it mean that it could only be deduced in the future? This damn system was still not reliable at crucial times. Then what about the memory that appeared when I accepted Yao Yao as my disciple in the heavenly stellar realm? That should be the next child of providence, right? Gu Changa asked again. Every time he encountered such a situation, he had to first notice that it was the child of providence before the system gave him a notification. Or he had to be very close to the child of providence to trigger the system's mission. Therefore, Gu Changa might as well test it out directly. At that time, that familiar yet strange feeling was still fresh in his mind. At this moment, hearing Gu Changa's question, the system gave him a notification. Ding! Triggered child of providence in red. She had already died in time, and her body sank into the endless abyss. However, even in the most terrifying hell, it could not erase her hatred for you. Her consciousness has returned from the darkness, and she can massacre the entire world out of hatred at any time, just to take revenge on you. Hearing the system's notification, Gu Changa could not help but raise his eyebrows. What kind of child of providence was this? Why was it so different from what he was familiar with? How much did she have to hate him to return from the endless darkness just to take revenge? Could it be that hate was born out of love? Gu Changa felt that it was enough to have a Yu Mingkong take revenge on him. Now there was a red demoness taking revenge on him? Sure enough, every child of providence represented the deep malice of the heavens towards him. System, what's the notification this time? Then, Gu Changa opened his mouth again and asked. After all, the appearance of a new child of providence always represented a new notification. To him, they were just like leeks waiting to be harvested. Buzz! In the next moment, as Gu Changa finished speaking, a flash of light flashed across his eyes. A burst of brilliance flashed in front of his eyes, and then some images appeared, but it was more like a distant memory was recovering in his mind. At the foot of the mountain, a little girl who liked to wear red tugged at his sleeve, timidly silent. A group of bandits knelt in front of him, their faces full of fear and despair. These are all your enemies. Your family was killed by them, and your village was set on fire by them. Now that I've captured them, you can do whatever you want with them. Kill them or let them go, it's up to you. He stroked her head and said softly. Thus, the little girl sliced off their heads, one by one with her sword. Master, when I grow up, I want to marry you, he smiled. Let's talk about it when you grow up. 20 years later, the girl who had grown up ran to him with a face full of pain. Master, you were the one who arranged for the bandits back then, right? His expression did not change at all. Yes, you know all this? The girl stabbed her sword, but it did not land in the end. Her tears fell like rain. I can't do it. Master, can you tell me the reason? His expression did not change at all. No, and the image ended there. Gu Changa was silent for a long time, and only one melodramatic sentence could be said about this. Why was it this kind of bitter and vengeful drama again? Now, he did not even know who the red-clothed female demon was. The only thing he knew was that he was her master, and she hated him very much. He had gained a disciple who wanted to take revenge on him for no reason. In terms of strength, Yi Ling Long Tongue and the reincarnation of Rin Zhu were definitely not comparable. However, combined with the memory of when he was in the lower realm, a red-clothed figure was struck down into the abyss by him with a demonic halberd. Gu Changa more or less guessed something. From the many clues, he might still have a demon master's disguise on him. So maybe that red-clothed figure was related to his disguise at that time. He could only take one step at a time. There was no need to worry about too many debts. Oh no, it was too many leaks. There was no hurry. According to the current clues, I should not be able to touch the red-clothed female demon. Thinking of this, Gu Changa put this matter aside for the time being. At the same time, runes flickered in a grand and tall palace. In the middle, a young man in a gorgeous robe was cultivating. It was Ying Shuang. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Wisps of heaven and earth spirit chi were gathering here as he breathed. A faint emperor's shadow incomparably majestic, stood proudly in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, exuding an incomparably vast divine might. It appeared behind him, looking extremely mystical. I have more or less figured out the divine powers that Ing Shuang knew. When the time comes, even if the others have doubts, they will not be able to find out that I am a fake. Ing Shuang heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and said softly. He was finally relieved. Then he opened his eyes. His gaze was extremely calm and peaceful, and there was an indescribable sense of nobility. During this period of time, he had become very proficient in pretending to be Prince Ing. Even his expression and tone were gradually no different from the previous Ing Shuang. Of course, what he told his sister Ingyu was that he had recovered part of his memories, and that he had almost resolved the drawbacks of his cultivation. Ingyu did not doubt this statement. As for the rest of the people in the Heavenly Emperor Mountain who felt that something was wrong with Ing Shuang, there was almost no one. After all, during this period of time, Ing Shuang had been obediently staying in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, not daring to go out casually. As for the cultivators in the outside world who thought that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts, Ing Shuang was used to it. In any case, this suspicion could not be cleared at the moment. He did not believe that anyone would dare to casually make a move on him in the southern heaven. After all, no one had seen him use the forbidden demonic arts to kill with their own eyes. Everything was just a guess. Before this, as long as there was not enough evidence to prove that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts, nothing would happen to him. And Ing Shuang was clear. Now that the southern heaven was in the southern heaven, whether it was cultivators or living beings, they were all here for the true immortal academy's spot. Their attention was on searching for the absolute Yin battlefield, and they would not care about him and waste time on him. Other than him, there were many ancient freaks here, and this was what he needed to pay attention to. There is also that Gu Changa. I don't know if he found out about that servant's abnormality. Thinking of Gu Changa, Ing Shuang's face darkened, and he was very afraid. Even now, he was not very sure if the servant that Prince Ing possessed, which was him in the past, had fallen into Gu Changa's hands. If so, then Gu Changa might have already found out about his weakness. This made Ing Shuang very uneasy. If it was someone else, then it would be fine, but that person was Gu Changa. The other party's power was far above his. With his current methods, how could he deal with him? Ingyu went out for so long, saying that she was going to scout for information. But why hasn't she returned yet? Did something unexpected happen? Ing Shuang suddenly thought of Ingyu and was a little worried. During this period of time together, he was very satisfied with Ing Shuang. He was very satisfied with this little sister of his. Although Ingyu's character was a little straightforward and even liked to doubt him, it did not affect his fondness for her. He had already completely treated Ingyu as his sister. Before, he was only a servant who fed the horses and had no relatives or friends. Apart from the young miss, Yin Mei, who treated him well, everyone else looked down on him. But now he had such a relative. Ing Shuang naturally had to cherish it. Then he got up and walked out of the hall, intending to ask about Ingyu's whereabouts. However, just as Ing Shuang walked out, he saw Gu and the others returning from outside the mansion. Ingyu, who was completely drunk, was being supported by 2 maids as they brought her back. "Greetings, young master." Seeing Ing Shuang standing there expressionlessly, everyone's expression changed, and they hurriedly greeted. Although Ing Shuang usually lived in seclusion, in the hearts of the people of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, he was still very terrifying. What happened? How did little you become so drunk? His gaze fell on Ingyu, and Ing Shuang could not help but ask with a frown. Even from a distance, he could smell a strong smell of alcohol. Ingyu, who usually did not touch a drop of alcohol, why did she drink alcohol today? And she was so drunk. Reporting to young master, it's like this. Not long after the young miss went out, she happened to meet young Master Changa in a pavilion. At that time, something happened. Then, young Master Changa invited her, and the young miss could not refuse. So, a maid's expression changed slightly, and she explained the ins and outs of the matter. afraid that Ing Shuang would blame her. What happened, Gu Changa? After hearing this, Ing Shuang's expression changed, and there was shock and fear in his eyes. Then it quickly became gloomy. He never expected that Ing Yu would meet Gu Changa so soon after going out. Moreover, she was forced to drink with Gu Changa. No wonder Ing Yu, who usually did not touch a drop of alcohol, would be so drunk today. Gu Changa, you are simply going too far. Suddenly, Ing Shuang's expression was extremely ugly and gloomy, and he clenched his fists, very angry. The others were silent like cicadas in winter. Only as an ancient freak, Gu, who was in the same era as Ing Shuang, was not as afraid of Ing Shuang as the others. He took the initiative to speak and said with a slightly changed expression, "Young master, the situation was very special at that time. Mrs. words and actions accidentally angered the crowd. Fortunately, young Master Changa helped us out and dispersed the crowd. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for us to return safely." Speaking until here, he looked at Ing Shuang's increasingly ugly expression and shook his head in his heart. He did not know what happened to Ing Shuang during this period of time. He did not have the confidence and arrogance that he used to have. Such a small matter would make him angry. The current Ing Shuang had become like the rumors, like a rat crossing the street, extremely embarrassed. He did not have the bearing of a Prince Ing. He did not even dare to confront Gu Changa, and only dared to curse him in secret. You believe Gu Changa's words? If it was not his doing, why would little you provoke public anger? Hearing Gu defend Gu Changa, Ing Shuang's expression became even more ugly. Ing Shuang's face turned even uglier. She couldn't help but shout, "You're all stupid. Do you think Gu Changa has good intentions? Little you is not sensible, and you are also going to be stupid with her?" Seeing Ing Shuang angry, everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. Even Gu bitterly smiled and chose to keep his mouth shut. In the end, he was just a follower, and his words could not affect Ing Shuang's judgment of Gu Changa. "Forget it. Let's forget about today's matter. I don't want to see it again." Ing Shuang waved her hand, knowing that it was useless to blame them. She was so angry just now purely because she was worried that Gu Changa would say something to Ing Yu. But at this moment, even Ing Shuang herself did not know that unknowingly her followers' attitude toward her had changed greatly. Gu's expression changed several times, and in the end he seemed to have made a decision. Chapter 255. Not long after, Ing Yu woke up. She opened her eyes. Her expression was still a little confused. She was still a little confused about what happened in the pavilion. She seemed to have gotten drunk in the end and took the initiative to toast Gu Changa, and he did not refuse. In the end, she was the one who drank first, and he was the one who helped her up. Too embarrassing, getting drunk in front of others. Fortunately, I did not say anything nonsense at that time, and Yu heaved a sigh of relief, but thinking of this, she could not help but blush. Little Yu. At this time Ing Shuang, who was about to visit Ing Yu, happened to see this scene. He could not help but frown. Could it be that Ing Yu was thinking of someone? Why did she look a little shy? This made Ing Shuang's expression unsightly, and he subconsciously thought of Gu Changa. After going out for a while, Ing Yu was thinking of Gu Changa? Brother. At this time Ing Yu also noticed Ing Shuang at the door, and her expression quickly became serious, asking, "Why are you here?" "I came to see how you are, but it seems that I am a little redundant," Ing Shuang said indifferently, holding a bowl of pill soup for sobering up. Ing Yu did not notice the emotions in Ing Shuang's words. She said, "Oh right, there is something I have to tell you. Tianhuang Mountain is very likely to have been schemed against by someone else, including young Master Gu. In fact, he was also used." This was the last thing she thought of. Why would Gu Changa harm them for no reason? And the other two successors of Human Ancestor Palace also had the same attitude. Unless Ing Shuang had been hiding something from her. Either that, or the true inheritor of the demonic arts in the dark was using everyone and making Ing Shuang the scapegoat. Gu Changa was also the one who was being used. However, hearing Ying Yu's words, Ying Shuang's expression became even more unsightly, and she directly said, "Impossible." "Then what did Gu Changa say to make you go out and call him young Master Gu?" Ying Yu was stunned, and did not know why Ying Shuang was so decisive, thinking that this was impossible. For a moment, her gaze turned suspicious. However, she didn't say anything else. It seemed that Ying Shuang was indeed hiding a lot of things from her. Her attitude towards Gu Changa was full of deep hatred. Logically speaking, knowing that someone was plotting against them, Gu Changa had no grudge against Ying Shuang. All Ying Shuang needed to do was show up and take the initiative to explain everything. Gu Changa must have understood this as well. Using this, Tianhuang Mountain could wash away the suspicion of being the inheritor of the demonic arts. Why didn't he do that? Inside a pavilion, Wang Zijin was dressed in a light blue dress. Her face was incomparably beautiful, and her entire body was flawless and perfect. She was sitting by the window. She propped up her chin and looked at the table in front of her again and again, looking bored to death. Xiao was diligently pouring tea for her. "Sister," Wang Wushuang stood in front of him with a somewhat embarrassed smile. He looked simple and honest. He rubbed the back of his head. He didn't look as capable and reliable as he did in front of everyone. "What's the matter?" Wang Zijin looked at her cheap brother and asked angrily, "If it's not a big matter, how dare you use the amulet I gave you? I'll let you know why the flowers are so red later." She didn't expect that Wang Wushuang's purpose of using the amulet was not because of any danger at all. It was to summon her. Did he use this amulet as a summoning talisman? Wang Zijin felt that she had given him this amulet in vain. She was not going to give it to him next time. He had said all kinds of nonsense about his sister. Wang Wushuang had gotten used to it during this period of time. Although he didn't understand, he also knew that she wanted to teach him a lesson. However, he still hurriedly said, "Sister, didn't you say that if there was an emergency, you would let me activate the amulet and you would come over?" "That's what I said. But emergency refers to when your life is in danger. Do you know that I'm very busy now?" That guy Jiang Chu rushed to the Yin elimination land rashly. Wang Zijin said speechlessly. She was actually quite concerned about Jiang Chu, who was one of the few people who could talk to her and had a good relationship with her, who could barely be considered her best friend. That day, she left the Longevity Wang family and went to look for Jiang Chu. She wanted to ask Jiang Chu something. However, when she mentioned Gu Changa in front of Jiang Chu's expression became even colder. It was at least 100 times colder than usual. After that, when Jiang Chu heard that the Yin elimination sky had appeared, he rushed over. She had no choice but to follow him. The two of them had a lot of secret techniques, so they found the place where the Yin elimination energy was spreading out. Then Jiang Chu ignored her attempts to stop her and directly rushed in. This made her very helpless. Wang Wushuang was afraid that he would be blamed by his sister, so he hurriedly said, "Sister, you were the one who said that if there was anything about young Master Changa, I would immediately tell you." This time it was young Master Changa who took the initiative to ask me to tell him your whereabouts. That's why I immediately informed you, because I knew the importance of this matter. Gu Changa? Hearing this, Wang Zijin's interest was immediately piqued. She no longer continued to blame Wang Wushuang. "You said that he's asking about my whereabouts?" Wang Zijin naturally paid special attention to this man who was very tempted but completely unmoved. After parting ways at the Longevity Gu family that day, she and Gu Changa had not seen each other again. She did not expect that Gu Changa would actually take the initiative to contact her. With his personality, it could only be said that one would not visit a temple without a cause. Could it be that this guy has something to ask me for help with? Soon, Wang Zijin threw the matter of Jiang Chu to the back of her mind. At this time, how could her best friend be more important than the person she was attracted to? although she knew that Gu Chang'e was very likely to have something to ask of her. Wang Zijin was still a little happy. After all, this meant that Gu Chang'e still remembered her and did not forget her in the blink of an eye. All right, then tell Gu Chang'e that I'm waiting for him here. Then Wang Zijin thought for a while and said with a smile, Gu Chang'e was a smart person. He would definitely rush over after knowing. This is the entrance to the ultimate Yin battlefield, Nanxing Heaven, in a very desolate mountain range. In the sky, two figures appeared and arrived here. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Yes, if you don't pay attention, you won't be able to find it. But there should be more than one entrance like this. Beside him was Wang Zijin. She put her hands behind her back and said with a smile. Gu Chang'e had already heard a lot about the location of the ultimate Yin battlefield from her. After receiving Wang Wushuang's reply, he did not hesitate at all and went to meet Wang Zijin. He learned a lot from her. Wang Zijin did not hide anything from him and told him everything, saving Gu Chang'e a lot of trouble. She told him about the entrance to the ultimate Yin battlefield. Gu Chang'e was too lazy to send people to investigate, so he asked her directly. The existence of the ultimate Yin battlefield was similar to a small mystic realm. Because of the descent of the ultimate Yin heaven, it had seeped and devoured many worlds. When the ultimate Yin aura spread, it would cause cracks to appear in the barriers of many worlds, giving birth to areas like small worlds. This was also the ultimate Yin battlefield. Didn't you say anything to thank me? Wang Zijin looked at him with a faint smile on her face. There are still very few people who know about the existence of the ultimate Yin battlefield. Thank you very much. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, and there was a hint of gratitude on his face. I can use this opportunity to get a few more slots. In my opinion, Brother Gu's gratitude is not very sincere. It's just a sentence, and it's already half-hearted. Hearing this, Wang Zijin shook her head and looked troubled. In order to find this place, we spent a lot of time. She did not intend to let Gu Chang'e gain something without risking anything. A sentence of gratitude? She did not need that. Us? Gu Chang'e's eyes moved slightly, and he clearly caught this word. He guessed that it might have something to do with the other successor of the human ancestor palace, Jiang Chuchu. Why did Jiang Chuchu go to the ultimate Yin battlefield? However, his expression did not change much, and he said with some surprise, Then how does Miss Zijin want this Gu to thank you? How about giving yourself to me? Wang Zijin said with a smile. She did not believe that under the situation, Gu Chang'e could still remain as calm as before. Although she knew that Gu Chang'e probably wanted to strangle her to death with his own hands right now for throwing out such a difficult question, she did not care. After all, this kind of strategy was more interesting. Gu Chang'e was slightly stunned and seemed to be a little surprised. Then he shook his head and said with a look of Miss Zijin, Please respect yourself. This Gu has a fiancée, Miss Zi, and this kind of joke can't be made. If Minkong hears this, her vinegar jar will overturn. Wang Zijin looked at him. She only wanted to roll her eyes in her heart. Why was he pretending to be a decent person, and even acting like a righteous person? However, she still showed a pondering look, and then changed her tone and asked, Since ancient times men have many wives and concubines, I didn't expect Brother Gu to be such a loyal person. I was rude. How about this, Brother Gu? Give me one of your personal items. Like this? That's fine. Gu Chang'e did not hesitate when he heard this. He directly took off a sparkling jade pendant that was tied to his waist. When the Tao patterns flowed, it looked quite extraordinary. He handed it to Wang Zijin. If I have any problems in the future, can I use this jade pendant to look for Brother Gu? Wang Zijin took it with a smile, seeming to be quite happy. Of course you can. Gu Chang'e smiled and nodded. However, he was sneering in his heart. It's not a problem for you to look for me. But if you want me to help you, then it's my loss. Soon after, The two of them found an obscure spatial fluctuation in this desolate mountain range. There was an extremely cold aura circulating and spreading, causing the nearby plants to wither and be stained with small black and brown particles. Even the 9 days in the sky could not dispel this cold aura. Although the absolute Yin aura is not very pure, it is indeed seeping out from here. Looking at these substances, Gu Chang'e could not help but say. Wang Zijin also nodded and said, "From here we can go to the absolute Yin battlefield. As for the entrance in the other direction, I don't know." Gu Chang'e could not help but narrow his eyes. It was actually very difficult to determine the true location of the absolute Yin sky, but it was very simple to find it according to the direction of the absolute Yin aura in the absolute Yin battlefield. Then, the two of them returned along the way. In the absolute Yin battlefield, apart from the younger generation, there were almost no older generation cultivators, unless they were righteous people who wanted to sacrifice themselves to stop the eruption of the absolute Yin sky. Many of the younger generation braced themselves and came. After all, if one wanted to obtain a spot to enter the Immortal Academy, they had to kill a certain number of absolute Yin beings. There was nothing they could do if they did not want to come. Therefore, Gu Chang'e was not worried that there would be some powerful existence that would disturb his plan. "I heard that Brother Gu has contacted Yu of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. What do you think of her brother?" Halfway through, Wang Zijin suddenly asked about this matter. Back at the Longevity Gu family, she was suddenly attacked by the inheritor of the demonic arts and suffered serious injuries. She had always remembered this enmity, and in her opinion, no matter which possibility it was, the inheritor of the demonic arts was definitely related to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and Princing. Miss Yu is quite straightforward. I don't know about her brother. I haven't seen him before. Gu Chang'e said with a natural expression when he heard this. Is that Prince Ing really planning to be a coward for the rest of his life? If he is not the inheritor of the demonic arts, why doesn't he dare to show himself? Wang Zijin firmly believed in her own judgment. Moreover, when she asked Jiang Chuchu, the answer she received was silence. If there was no problem with the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, with Jiang Chuchu's fair personality, he would definitely defend it. But she chose to remain silent. This meant that even she felt that there was something wrong with the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. If that's the case, I have a way to make Ing Shuang show herself. When Gu Chang'e heard her say this, he revealed a serious expression and said, "When the time comes, we will know whether it is true or not." Wang Ziji nodded and did not doubt it. The inheritor of the demonic arts had caused the Gu family to lose a lot of face. It was normal for Gu Chang'e to choose to do this. In the next few days, Yu Langtian, Yu Liuli, Qi Ling, and the others all received news from Gu Chang'e regarding the location of the absolute Yin battlefield. This made them very shocked, but it was followed by joy. During this period of time, they had painstakingly searched for news from all sides, but they still could not find the location of the absolute Yin battlefield. Now, Gu Chang'e had just arrived in southern Xingtian for a few days, and he had already found out everything. Of course, they did not know that this news came from Prince Jin, and had nothing to do with Gu Chang'e at all. He purely felt that there should be a few acquaintances in the absolute Yin battlefield, so that he could have an alibi when the time came. On the other side, Yu also received the news from Gu Chang'e. Her silver eyes widened, and she was very shocked. She had also been looking for news about the absolute Yin battlefield, but there was no result at all. After all, it involved the quota for the true Immortal Academy. If one less person knew, they would have a higher chance. Gu Chang'e actually gave her a chance now. This made Yu feel touched. However, this news also included Gu Chang'e's request. If they met his people in the absolute Yin battlefield, they should help them if they had the chance. Yu naturally felt that this was not a problem. This was just a small matter. From this matter, she could also see Gu Chang'e's magnanimous and confident character, because he knew that others could not compete with him for the quota for the true Immortal Academy. Then, Yu told this news to the other younger generation of Sky Emperor Mountain. However, she did not say that it was Gu Changa who told her. She was afraid that it would cause Ing Shuang to be dissatisfied and choose to continue staying in the residence and not go anywhere. She would not help him fight for the quota for the true Immortal Academy. This is the will of the heavens. Since we have found the absolute Yin battlefield, then let's go. Ing Shuang did not know the source of the news. After hearing Ing Yu's words, he thought for a moment and decided to move. If he did not go at this time, what he would lose was not only his face, but also Sky Emperor Mountain's face. There might even be people who would doubt the authenticity of his identity. Very quickly, several days passed. Everyone finally arrived at the absolute Yin battlefield according to the location provided by Wang Zijin. This was a gray sky with gloomy clouds floating. Although there was sunlight shining down, there was a very cold aura pervading the air. The mountain range was vast and the terrain was far away. However, the only thing special about it was that it was barren without any signs of life. The so-called absolute Yin life spirits were actually normal cultivators and life forms that were infected with absolute Yin life spirit and transformed into absolute Yin life spirits. Many of them would lose their consciousness and become walking corpses that only knew how to devour life forms. Only a few would gain consciousness, but they would be incompatible with the outside world. Some people have already arrived here. Yuleng Tian and the others were very shocked. They found that the absolute Yin life spirits near the entrance had already been cleared. The absolute Yin life spirit here already made them feel very uncomfortable. If they went deeper, they might encounter life-threatening dangers. Gu Changa didn't come with us. He should have gone in very early, Yuli looked around and said. Then they left this place and headed to where the absolute Yin life spirits were. After a while, ripples appeared in this place again. The life forms of Sky Emperor Mountain had arrived. Ing Shuang, Ing Yu, and the others were all there. There were also a few ancient freaks, like the black-clothed man, Agu. They had been sealed until now, and were the followers of the two. Ing Shuang was dressed in a long robe and stood with her hands behind her back. She looked around and said with a calm expression, "It seems that someone has arrived first. I want to see who has the guts to come before us." At this time, it was time to stabilize his prestige as Prince Ing. It was time to make a move and intimidate those people. See, he really couldn't resist coming. No matter how you look at it, the current absolute Yin battlefield is the biggest hotbed for inheritors of demonic arts. There's no reason not to come. In another direction, Gu Changa, who had been watching this entrance, couldn't help but smile faintly. Wang Zijin nodded in agreement. But he seems to have noticed us. What a powerful divine sense. Then she was a little surprised. She felt that Ing Shuang's divine sense was very powerful and could sense her location from afar. As expected of Prince Ing, Gu Changa smiled. Then I'll leave the rest to Miss Zijin. After saying that, the void in front of him became blurry, and his figure merged into it and disappeared. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes in her heart. She knew that Gu Changa was going to stand aside and watch the show, but she didn't care. At this time, she would definitely take revenge on Ing Shuang. Even if there was no evidence that he was the inheritor of demonic arts, it wouldn't affect anything. Wang. Soon, Wang Zijin's figure disappeared like a wisp of smoke, and in the area where Ing Shuang and the others were, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly appeared. Dazzling runes directly exploded there. Ing Shuang was the first to bear the brunt. Before she could react, her expression changed. "Who are you? Wah." But before he could finish his words, Wang Zijin's fist landed on his body. Immediately, he let out a muffled groan and flew backwards. He spat out blood and many of his bones were broken. "Young master! Big brother!" The expressions of the people from Sky Emperor Mountain changed. They were incomparably shocked. "Imposter! Let's see how you're going to pretend at this time." Gu Changa's figure was hidden in the void. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help but say with interest, Chapter 256. Guchanga's plan was actually very good. Now, he didn't need to do anything. He just planned to watch the show from the side. Ing Shuang hid it very well. Although he was a fake, his expression and actions were comparable to the real Prince Ing. Normal people wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Ing Shuang was not stupid. After so long, even a pig would know how to disguise himself. During this period of time, the people around Ing Shuang didn't notice anything, which showed that he was not simple. Guchanga had expected this, so he planned to let Wang Zijin's confidant take action, so that it would be difficult for Ing Shuang to continue pretending. After all, his expression and actions could be disguised, but in terms of strength, he didn't believe that Ing Shuang could be the same as the real Prince Ing. At this time, as long as one was familiar with him, they would be able to notice Ing Shuang's abnormality. Therefore, Guchanga had already predicted Ing Shuang's next move. With the excuse of showing weakness, he would tell the people of Sky Emperor Mountain that something had happened to his cultivation recently. With Ing Yu's personality, she would definitely have suspected Ing Shuang's abnormality before this. As long as Ing Shuang had a bit of brain, he would definitely say that something had happened to his cultivation, causing part of his memory to be chaotic. At most, he would use this reason to fool everyone again, and Guchanga was waiting for him to say that. After all, it could be that something had happened to his cultivation, but it could also be that he changed to a cultivation method. As the successor of Sky Emperor Mountain, Ing Shuang took the initiative to give up his original inheritance and change to another cultivation method. If this dirty water was splashed, Ing Shuang's luck points would be greatly affected again. Guchanga didn't plan to harvest Ing Shuang so quickly. Before that, he had to harvest all of Ing Shuang's luck points. After all, he still needed Ing Shuang to wear the title of successor of demonic arts for a long time. It was not easy to find a scapegoat. Before he squeezed all of his value, Guchanga would not let him go. Then, Guchanga's gaze once again fell with interest. Boom! Terrifying rune fluctuations, accompanied by shocking rules and order, fell from all directions. It was as if many stars had exploded, and the energy fluctuations were terrifying to the extreme. Many mountain ranges collapsed, turning into powder under this type of aura. Wang Zijin's sudden attack not only shocked the people from Mount Tianhuang, it also shocked many of the younger generation near the absolute Yin battlefield. They naturally recognized that this was someone from Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Among them was Prince Ing Shuang, who had an extraordinary bearing and was surrounded by an immortal aura. He was also the most suspected inheritor of the demonic arts. Although Ing Shuang rarely showed herself due to the demonic arts incident, she was still the direct descendant of one of the immemorial imperial family's emperors. He had been sealed away for a very long time, and his innate talent was extremely strong. Many people believed that he would be one of the most powerful young existences in this world. There was no need to say more about his strength, but now he was instantly injured by the hands of a woman in a blue dress, and blood kept flowing out. This really shocked everyone. Even Ing Yu, Agu, and the others widened their eyes in shock. They simply couldn't believe it. Many of them were Ing Shuang's former followers, and their strength surpassed their peers. They all felt that the scene before them was too inconceivable. Why did Ing Shuang become so weak? He couldn't even block a single attack from his opponent? Or was it because he didn't react in time? Young master, stop! Then everyone reacted. They all took out various instruments, and all kinds of powerful fluctuations erupted. Brilliant light shone in all directions, and they attacked Wang Zijin, wanting to stop all of this. How can he only have this much strength? Wang Zijin frowned slightly, and she was a little surprised. Even she didn't expect Ing Shuang to be so weak. He couldn't even block a single attack from her. In her perception, Ing Shuang was at least at the quasi-saint realm. There was no way he was that weak. Even if he didn't dare to use the forbidden demonic arts, with the inheritance of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, it should be enough to deal with her attack. Are you showing weakness? She shook her head lightly and waved her hand again. A large amount of clear light appeared, and a powerful aura filled the air. The sky trembled, and all directions resonated. At this moment, she was like a supreme female immortal king. All kinds of runes interweaved, like two huge moon seals, and she pushed them forward to suppress Shuang. Boom! Such an attack instantly changed the expressions of the nearby Heavenly Emperor mountain creatures. They were afraid and didn't dare to take it head-on. This already involved the power of the laws of the Saint Realm. Only a power of the same level could block it. You are the successor of the human ancestor palace. At this moment, Inyu's expression changed slightly. Then, she raised her hand, and her sparkling fingers pointed at the void. Light filled the sky, and she used a powerful technique to block. However, she only resisted for a breath before breaking. She wasn't Wang Zijin's match at all. At this moment, she recognized Wang Zijin's identity. Her silver eyes were filled with shock. She never expected that they would encounter the successor of the human ancestor palace as soon as they arrived at the absolute Yin battlefield. Her strength was so terrifying that unless her brother made a move, they wouldn't be her match. However, Shuang's condition didn't seem right at this moment. She was in a passive state, constantly coughing up blood. She didn't have the terrifying strength of Prince at all. It's good that you recognized me. Wang Zijin still had a smile on her face. Her blue dress fluttered, and she was unparalleled. However, she didn't show any mercy when she attacked. As the successor of the human ancestor palace, it was normal for her to deal with the successor of the demonic arts. At this moment, no one could say anything. My brother has nothing to do with the successor of the demonic arts. Stop! Don't hurt a good person. Inyu couldn't help but shout, although she suspected that Shuang was hiding something from her. She didn't believe that he had anything to do with the successor of the demonic arts. However, Wang Zijin's expression didn't change much. She said indifferently, "It's not like he has nothing to do with the successor of the demonic arts just because you said so. All the evidence points to him. If you want me to stop, then sure. Ask your brother to show his true strength. Is there a need to show weakness at this moment?" As she said this, she showed no mercy. Buzz! Divine light blossomed all over the sky, like large expanses of flower petals, gorgeous and sparkling. Even more runes appeared, as if they had taken root in the small world. This was a vast and ancient divine technique that evolved endless mysteries. In a daze, everyone seemed to notice a door opening. Countless divine chains of order appeared from within, causing the expressions of the people from Sky Emperor Mountain to change. Buzz! Some people instantly took out forbidden artifacts in an attempt to defend themselves. This kind of power was too terrifying. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could block. As the successor of the human ancestor palace, Wang Zijin's strength was too strong. Even Gu Chang'e, who had been watching from afar, felt that Wang Zijin's strength wasn't bad. He was only at the quasi-sage realm, but he displayed a strength that even sages were afraid of, as expected of a fellow transmigrator. Wah! Facing this terrifying attack, Shuang's expression changed. He wanted to resist, but a blurry and imposing figure appeared behind him. At this moment, Shuang's face didn't have the calm and confidence he had when he entered the absolute Yin battlefield. It was completely gloomy and ugly. At this moment, how could he not understand that Wang Zijin was waiting at the entrance for his arrival? However, he wasn't the original Prince Ing. In just a moment, light exploded. It was as if countless stars had exploded. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc here. In the next moment, Shuang spat out blood again. His body flew backward. His whole body was in intense pain, and many of his bones were broken. Wang Zijin's palm landed on his body. The terrifying strength was like a divine mountain crushing down on him. Are you still going to show weakness? I've underestimated your tolerance. Wang Zijin frowned. She didn't expect Ing Shuang to not fight back at this moment. He was still showing weakness. During the time she cultivated in the human ancestor palace, she had learned many ultimate techniques and abilities passed down from various orthodoxies. Among them, the Sky Emperor Mountain's abilities were definitely not limited to this level. Therefore, she couldn't understand why Ing Shuang would choose to show weakness in front of everyone. This was a slap to the Sky Emperor Mountain's face. He was actually able to endure such a humiliating thing. She could only say that he was indeed the successor of demonic arts. His temperament was far better than most of the young supremes she had met. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin's expression couldn't help but become colder. However, she still chose to stop. "Young master, are you okay?" The rest of the people from the Sky Emperor Mountain also quickly went to help Ing Shuang. However, Ing Shuang's appearance was too miserable. His whole body was covered in blood, his hair was disheveled, and many of his bones were broken. The shock caused by this scene was too great. Many of the young people who found other entrances to the absolute battlefield were shocked. It was hard to believe that the person in front of them was the legendary Prince Ing. He didn't even have the strength to fight back against this mysterious woman. However, even more people stared at Wang Zijin, as if they wanted to see through her. Who is Prince Ying's opponent? Why is she so strong? From the looks of it, she seems to be the successor of the human ancestor palace, the mysterious Wang clan's heavenly daughter. No wonder it's like this. Her strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid she already has the strength of a saint. However, doesn't Prince Ying look too weak? They discussed animatedly. They were very shocked by this. As members of the younger generation, they were all well-known figures in various places. Naturally, they were very familiar with the elites of various races. There were also many young supreme beings of the 10,000 ancient races here. Although their cultivations weren't as strong as the ancient freaks, they were still invincible in the same realm. Prince Ying's performance today made them widen their eyes. It was completely unexpected. They couldn't accept it at all. That was a leading figure of the younger generation of the 10,000 ancient races. Why was he defeated in such a humiliating manner? Gu Chang'e watched with interest. The system notification rang in his mind again. Ing Shuang's fate points were still decreasing. Although he didn't personally suppress Ing Shuang, but through the tool Wang Zijin, it didn't stop him from gaining fate points and fate points. In just a short while, Ing Shuang's fate points had decreased by a lot. After all, the young people here were all well-known figures in various places. They represented different orthodoxies. Among them, there were even many ancient freaks hiding in the dark. Just like him, they didn't show themselves. Do you think it's related to the recent rumors? Didn't they say that Prince Ing is the inheritor of demonic arts? He might as well show weakness to the enemy to clear his suspicion. However, I feel that it's unnecessary. Asking for fresh flowers, immediately many people guessed, and their eyes were filled with doubt. How is it? Are you still going to fight? This is my strength. Are you a little disappointed? However, at this time, Ing Shuang stood up with the help of several followers. However, his expression was completely different from the anger and gloominess that everyone had imagined. At this time, he was very calm. His gaze was incomparably indifferent. He wasn't as flustered and exasperated as everyone had imagined. It was as if he had expected all of this. Even the ancient freaks of Tianhuang Mountain, who were a little suspicious of him, just now had a surprised expression. They felt that Ing Shuang's actions might have some deeper meaning. Otherwise, why would he have such an expression? "Brother!" And you looked at Ing Shuang in shock. She suddenly felt that he had become unfathomable. The humiliation just now seemed to be intentional. Was he really showing weakness to the enemy? He's quite good at pretending. Gu Chang'e, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but sneer when he saw this scene. This Ing Shuang was a little smart. He really thought of himself as the king of acting tough. At this time he was pretending. But did he have the capital to pretend? One had to know that Wang Zijin in front of him was a transmigrator, not a local genius. Why are you pretending in front of me at this time? Hearing this, Wang Zijin was slightly taken aback. Then she couldn't help but laugh. On her beautiful face, there was a faint smile. Although she was wearing a veil, many young men were still a little stunned. There was such a perfect and flawless person in this world. It could only be said that she was indeed the successor of the human ancestor palace. Wang Zijin wasn't angry at all because of Ying Shuang's attitude. No matter what Ying Shuang was planning, at this time, he had been defeated in such a humiliating manner. How dare he act tough in front of her? He put on an unfathomable expression. Wang Zijin hated this kind of pretentious person the most. Therefore, the moment she finished speaking, she attacked again. A seal cut across the sky and turned into a majestic divine mountain. Hundreds of millions of divine light of the rules of order fell from the top and pressed down on Ying Shuang. Seeing this, Ying Shuang, who was originally calm and thought that she had a brilliant idea and controlled the situation, changed her expression a little. She didn't expect Wang Zijin to act so unexpectedly at this time. He didn't even ask and directly attacked. This caught Ying Shuang a little off guard. At this time, Wang Zijin shouldn't be frowning and asking for the reason. Then he would maintain such an unfathomable expression and scare her first so that she wouldn't be interested in attacking him. But now, the divine mountain condensed by the rules of order had already pressed down and was about to smash his head. Young master! The expressions of the people of Sky Emperor Mountain changed abruptly. They wanted to resist this attack, but they couldn't. They were knocked back by the divine mountain and vomited blood. Ying Shuang, who bore the brunt of the attack, looked even more miserable. Half of his body directly exploded. If it wasn't for his powerful physical body, he definitely wouldn't have suffered such a small injury from this attack. If you plan to continue acting weak, then I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Zijin's expression carried a faint smile, but the words he said made the expressions of everyone from Sky Emperor Mountain change. Could it be that they had to leave as soon as they entered the Ju-In battlefield? They couldn't even get a spot to enter the true Immortal Academy. At this time, they hoped that Ying Shuang could make a move and not act weak. Young master, don't hide anymore. Quickly make a move. If you don't make a move, our Sky Emperor Mountain's face will be completely lost. Who knows, we might even lose the spot to enter the true Immortal Academy. They all spoke, hoping that Ying Shuang would quickly show his true ability and not be like this. It was too humiliating. Brother, what are you still hiding at this time? Yingyu was also incomparably anxious and shouted at Ying Shuang. She felt that since Ying Shuang said that just now, it meant that he had a way. Hearing everyone's words, Ying Shuang really had a lot to say. If he really had a way, why would he not fight back and be in such a miserable state? Although he had learned quite a few of the Sky Emperor Mountain's inheritances during this period of time. Compared to Ying Shuang, who had been accumulating for decades, he was completely incomparable. How could he fight against Wang Zijin? However, just as the expressions of the people from Sky Emperor Mountain became even paler, a faint ripple spread out in the air. Immediately after, a young figure walked out from it. Saintess Zijin, why don't you give me some face and stop first? In my opinion, there might be some misunderstanding. It was Gu Chang'e. He had a somewhat surprised expression as he swept a glance at Ying Shuang and the others. Then he stood in front of them and spoke to Wang Zijin. Gu Chang'e, it's him. He actually came to the Ju-In battlefield. When the nearby youths saw Gu Chang'e, their expressions couldn't help but change. They were shocked and fearful, and many people had obvious reverence in their eyes. They didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would suddenly come here. Qian, Chapter 257. Young Master Gu. Yingyu was also shocked. Her silver eyes widened. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to come here and stand in front of them. It seemed like he was going to help them out again. Greetings to young Master Chang'e. Many people from Sky Emperor Mountain weren't stupid. Seeing that Gu Changa seemed to want to help them out, they all greeted him respectfully, especially the black-clothed man. Agu, his expression was even more excited. Sky Emperor Mountain and Gu Changa should be on opposite sides, but at this time he was willing to stand out and help them out. This reminded him of the scene in the pavilion. At that time, if it wasn't for Gu Changa, they would have angered the crowd. Young Master Changa was indeed magnanimous. No wonder so many young supreme beings were willing to follow him. Miss Inyu. Gu Changa turned around and looked at the shocked Inyu. He nodded slightly and smiled. His voice was as calm and gentle as usual. It was hard to find anything wrong with it. Gu Changa, half of Ing Shuang's body exploded and was slowly healing. His voice trembled slightly. At this time he finally reacted. He couldn't help but feel a terrifying chill on his back. His hands and feet were even colder than before. This was the first time he saw Gu Changa. He had only heard about him in rumors before. When he was still a horse feeder, he had heard about Gu Changa from Miss Yin Mei. He knew that this was a person whose name shook the world. Young Miss Yin Mei couldn't help but admire him for his power and influence. Speaking of which, the person he was most envious of was Gu Changa. Next was Prince Ing Shuang. He would rather face the successor of Human Ancestor Palace, Wang Zijin, than face Gu Changa. Although this guy had a faint smile on his face and had a jade-like and peerlessly handsome appearance, he was far more terrifying than Prince Jin by 1,000 times. This was his intuition. It was very likely that Gu Changa had already known his biggest secret. That was why he didn't dare to face Gu Changa directly. Moreover, Ing Shuang felt that the timing of Gu Changa's appearance was too coincidental. All of this seemed to have been deliberately arranged by him and Wang Zijin. Gu Changa, are you going to stop me? Wang Zijin's expression was a little surprised. She didn't expect Gu Changa to suddenly appear. She had thought that he would obediently hide in the dark, intending to watch the show or something. Since he was going to show up, why didn't he tell her beforehand? Or was Gu Changa actually using her as well? Or was this just a sudden decision of his? Wang Zijin felt that she needed to let Gu Changa know that although she was attracted to him, it did not mean that she would be led by the nose by him. How about we stop what we're doing today? Whether or not Prince Ing is the inheritor of the demonic arts still needs to be discussed. How could Gu Changa not know what Wang Zijin was thinking? However, he still maintained a smile on his face. Holy Maiden Zijin, give me some face. I won't. Wang Zijin shook her head. Her expression was a little cold. She turned to look at Yu and said with some interest, "Could it be that you're interested in this girl and have been protecting her many times?" Prince Ing is so obviously abnormal. Brother Gu, can't you see it? She also didn't know why Gu Changa, who was always cold and emotionless, would do this. Could it be that he was acting? But why would he act in front of Yu? What was his intention? Wang Zijin felt that it was increasingly difficult for her to guess Gu Changa's thoughts. He was too hard to fathom. I just feel that there's something fishy about this matter. Of course, Miss Yu's personality is indeed a little straightforward. I also don't want to see her unreasonably implicated because of this matter, Gu Changa said with a calm expression. He stood in front of Wang Zijin. His words surprised Yu behind him. Then she thought of something, and her face couldn't help but redden. On the contrary, Ing Shuang's expression became a little gloomy. However, it was only for a moment. He quickly regained his calm appearance. No one could see his emotions. During this period of time, his ability to maintain his composure was pretty good. All right, since young master Gu Changa said so, then what else can I do? When the time comes, I reckon that I won't be able to defeat you. At this time, Wang Zijin was free and easy. She looked a little helpless. Gu Changa's sudden change of heart caught her off guard. However, considering that this man's personality was like this, she couldn't say anything more. After all, the current situation according to the words of her previous life, was equivalent to her chasing after Gu Changa. So what if she accommodated him a little? Moreover, what she said was the truth. If Gu Changa insisted on protecting Tianhuang Mountain and the others with her current strength, it was very likely that she wouldn't be Gu Changa's opponent. Gu Changa was far from being as simple as he looked on the surface. Sometimes she even suspected that Gu Changa's identity might be some hidden boss. Many thanks. This favor, I will remember it. Gu Changa's voice had a hint of a smile. Forget it. I'm really not used to you being so polite with me. Wang Zijin waved her hand, looking a little disdainful. Gu Changa's tone made her feel uncomfortable. However, thinking about it, wasn't he a little touched now? With that thought, her figure moved and dissipated like smoke. Soon, she was nowhere to be seen. When the people nearby saw this scene, they had different expressions. Some were emotional and some were envious. It seemed that the human ancestor palace's successor had a good relationship with young Master Changa. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used such a method of communication. The human ancestor palace's successor was high and mighty. Not to mention that behind Wang Zijin was the longevity Wang family. Normally, it was very difficult for ordinary people to see her. Only in a place like the Yin End battlefield where so many young people gathered could they see her like this. As for suspecting that Gu Changa was acting with Wang Zijin, other than Ying Shuang, no one had considered this. Gu Changa had thought about this, which was why he didn't mention it to Wang Zijin in advance. He was afraid that there would be some flaws. Thank you for your help, young Master Gu. Thank you for your help, young Master Changa. After seeing Wang Zijin leave, the people of Sky Emperor Mountain couldn't help but sigh in relief. The human ancestor palace's successor gave them too much pressure. If Ying Shuang didn't make a mistake, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state like today. Sky Emperor Mountain was like a sacred place for the 10,000 ancient races. Who wouldn't worship them? They could only say that they were too unlucky. Wang Zijin was one of the top in terms of status and strength. They couldn't handle her at all. I'm fine, but after seeing you today, Brother Ying's condition seems to be not right. Gu Changa waved her hand and looked at Ying Shuang, who was recovering from her injury, as if sizing her up. Ying Shuang felt very uncomfortable under his gaze, but she still tried her best to maintain a calm expression. Greetings, Brother Gu. She bowed slightly to Gu Changa and said, Thank you for your help today, Brother Gu. If you need anything in the future, there's no need. Gu Changa laughed and interrupted her. With Brother Ying's condition, I don't think that day will come. Ying Shuang's expression froze. She didn't expect him to be so direct and not give her any face at all. She felt that Gu Changa didn't seem to like her brother. Ying Yu quickly opened her mouth and said softly, Young Master Gu, I can't thank you enough. You've helped us many times. If you need anything in the future, just let us know. As long as it's something that we can do, our Sky Emperor Mountain will do our best. She felt that Gu Changa seemed to have helped them because of her. He told her the location of the absolute Yin battlefield and helped her. She didn't believe that Gu Changa didn't have any ulterior motives. Speaking of which, this matter started because of me. If I didn't tell you about the entrance, you wouldn't have met Saintess Zijin. Seeing that Ying Yu seemed to have something to say, Gu Changa opened his mouth again and explained. The main reason is that I'm afraid that you'll misunderstand and think that I have other motives for telling you about the entrance. I don't like to be misunderstood. Hearing this, Ying Yu and the others understood. I see. Young Master Gu, you're thinking too much. We're not people who measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. They hurriedly said. Ying Shuang's heart sank. It was actually Gu Changa who told them the location of the entrance to the absolute Yin battlefield. He really didn't have good intentions, and now he's pretending to be a good person. But Ying Yu still looked like she believed him. Brother Ying, have you changed your cultivation technique? Your current strength doesn't seem to match up to yours. At this time, Gu Changa suddenly looked at Ing Shuang and asked in surprise, I don't think you're pretending to be weak. Or did something go wrong with your cultivation? For example, something happened to your soul when you were cultivating, changing your cultivation technique? Hearing Gu Changa's words, everyone was shocked. Ing Shuang was the successor of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The number of inheritances he had learned was uncountable. Was there any cultivation technique in this world that was worth him changing his cultivation technique? But in the next moment, they thought of the recent rumor, and their expressions changed. Forbidden Devil Arts. These 4 words were like an invisible and terrifying mountain that pressed down on their heads, making it hard for them to breathe. Brother Gu, what do you mean? Why would I change my cultivation technique? Ing Shuang didn't expect Gu Changa to be so straightforward. He was just short of asking if he was cultivating a forbidden devil art. This made his expression turn ugly, but he still calmed down and asked. But the word something happened to his soul made his heart jump and his legs almost go soft. This was related to his biggest secret. Sure enough, Gu Changa knew about it. That was why he said it out loud. Oh, then it seems that I worried too much. Gu Changa smiled casually. Brother did tell me that something happened to his soul when he was cultivating and he lost part of his memory. At this time, Inyu, who faintly felt that something was wrong, couldn't help but mutter. Silver light seemed to appear in her eyes, strand after strand shocking. What? There's such a thing? Everyone from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was incomparably shocked. This was the first time they heard about it. They looked at Ing Shuang in disbelief. What happened during this period of time? Gu Changa's expression immediately became interested. Ing Shuang also knew that he couldn't hide this matter, so he nodded and said, When I was cultivating some time ago, there was indeed a problem. I accidentally cut off part of my memory. The weapon in his soul was still there. So Ing Shuang was very calm. He wasn't afraid of being suspected of his true identity. After all, that was the symbol and recognition of his identity. It was a divine object refined by Heavenly Emperor. If he explained it like this, who would doubt his true identity? Even Gu Changa, who knew his secret, couldn't expose his origin at this time. After hearing Ing Shuang's words, the expressions of the people from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain became uncertain. Ing Shuang had never mentioned this matter before. Now that he suddenly said it, what was his motive? He probably had no choice. Forbidden devil art. Almost in an instant, they thought of these 4 words, and waves of shock rose in their hearts. Before this, they had always thought that Ing Shuang was wrongly accused. But now, all the signs showed that he was related to the forbidden devil art. You couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Ing Shuang had hidden it too deeply. He was really planning to drag the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain down. The time was about right. With a smile on his face, Gu Changa also stood up and bid farewell. He didn't say anything else. Young Master Changa, please take care. I can't thank you enough for today's kindness. Everyone from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain spoke one after another. They were incomparably grateful to Gu Changa. Not only did he help them out, he also reminded them. Gu Changa smiled and seemed to mention it kindly. Oh, right, brothering, you should be careful. Saintess Zijin can come at any time. She's not as reasonable as I am. Finished. He took a step forward. The void blurred, and he had already left this place. It seemed that he came here just to be a peacemaker and ask Ing Shuang some things. Of course, Ing Shuang was indeed overthinking. Gu Changa had no intention of exposing his true identity. To Gu Changa, whether it was Ing Shuang or little boy Ma, it was all the same. They were all his scapegoats. His goal was to make Ing Shuang even more suspicious of him as the inheritor of the demonic arts, to the point that it was like coal that could never be washed clean. And Ing Shuang had been worried that Gu Changa would expose his identity. As for whether he was the inheritor of the devil art or not, to him, it was not as important as his current identity. Ding, the son of destiny Ing Shuang, was suspected by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, and his destiny was greatly damaged The system prompt in his mind continued to sound. Gu Changa's smile in his heart became even wider. What does Gu Changa mean? Is it because he knows that he can't expose my identity, so he retreats? After seeing Gu Changa's figure disappear, Ing Shuang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but his back was already wet with cold sweat. This person was really too terrifying. Obviously, he didn't make a move, but he gave off an incomparably terrifying pressure. But he didn't know that the people of Heavenly Emperor Mountain around him had changed the way they looked at him, revealing fear, suspicion, and other expressions. Even Ingyu was on guard against him. The other young existences nearby also had different expressions, and their eyes flickered. Naturally, they had heard what Gu Changa and Ing Shuang had said just now. Inheritor of the devil art. Now it seemed that Prince Ing Shuang was inseparable from these 5 words. Even if he had been trying his best to hide it and did not show any signs of the forbidden devil art, he couldn't wash it off. After watching for so long, it's time to come out, right? After leaving the area where Ing Shuang and the others were, Gu Changa's figure appeared on a lonely mountain peak and said calmly, "So this is your purpose." Wang Zijin's figure appeared behind him. Her expression was one of surprise and surprise. In truth, she hadn't gone very far. She had been secretly watching Gu Changa's actions, wanting to know what his purpose was. So she also saw Gu Changa get a lot of information from Ing Shuang's mouth. And it was these words that were enough to make Ing Shuang unable to wash away the suspicion of being the inheritor of the devil art. This made her, as a transmigrator, feel amazed. Gu Changa's methods were far more shocking than she had imagined. This man was even more dangerous than the inheritor of the devil art. What does Holy Maiden Zijin plan to do now? At this time, Gu Changa's expression changed to one of deep thought. Naturally, we'll wait for Prince Ing to reveal himself, and then deal with him together. But this matter, I'm afraid we'll have to leave it to Jiang Chuchu. Wang Zijin thought for a moment before replying. The reason she had acted just now was mostly to vent her anger. If she really wanted to deal with the inheritor of the devil art, she felt that Jiang Chuchu was more professional. But that guy Jiang Chuchu went to the Yin field by himself. I wonder how he's doing now. How about we go look for him? It seems to be quite dangerous. Wang Zijin thought for a moment, then asked somewhat worriedly. She also didn't know what the relationship between Gu Changa and Jiang Chuchu was like. Logically speaking, the two of them should have met twice. Many people even felt that the relationship between Jiang Chuchu and Gu Changa was quite good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have repeatedly expressed her admiration and respect for Gu Changa in the outside world. But when she mentioned Gu Changa in front of Jiang Chuchu's expression was very cold, many times colder than usual. Oh, since that's the case, then this Gu won't interfere in the future. Hearing this, Gu Changa shook his head, as if he had other things to do. He had found a few ancient freaks with decent talent and knew that they were also in the Yin field, so he planned to use this opportunity to break through to the middle stage of the absolute Saint Realm. Chapter 258. The pitch-black Yin-terminating Qi spread between heaven and earth, making the entire space seem a little gloomy. The fluctuations of a battle came from afar. A creature with pitch-black eyes was fighting with a young cultivator. The aftermath was extremely terrifying. Black fog filled the sky, affecting everything within a radius of thousands of kilometers. The young cultivator who attacked was very extraordinary. His battle prowess was extremely powerful. However, it did not affect the two of them. Now, on the interminating battlefield, there were actually many such scenes. Many battles were constantly erupting. The slots to enter the true Immortal Academy made many of the younger generation go crazy. One had to know that even recognized as the strongest of the younger generation, like Gu Changa and Wang Zijin, also needed to kill Yin-terminating spirits to obtain points and enter the true Immortal Academy to cultivate. Therefore, there was no such thing as going through the back door or relying on connections. At this time, all living beings were equal. As long as they had points, they could enter the academy to cultivate. Since Brother Gu says so, then the two of us will have to part ways for now. On the dry mountain peak, strange stones stood in great numbers. They looked very strange. The two of them stood side by side like a pair of immortals. Wang Zijin was wearing a light blue long dress. She had her hands behind her back and was smiling. Her temperament was ethereal and clean, revealing flawlessness and perfection. It had to be said that there was a special aura on her body. It was like the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Her entire body was filled with immortal qi, as if she could ascend and fly away at any time. Sometimes, even Gu Changa could not help but have the thought of swallowing her. This aura was not as simple as immortal qi. There was another kind of immortal qi in her body. Gu Changa guessed that it was her cheat, or rather her companion item. However, he was only thinking about it. Wang Zijin's methods were hundreds of times more difficult to deal with than those ancient freaks. Moreover, Wang Zijin would not affect his future plans. Gu Changa did not think that he had reached that level of madness. Although Wang Zijin wanted something from him, he also wanted something from Wang Zijin. This guy lusted after his body and wanted to conquer him. Gu Changa wanted to see who would win in the end. At that moment, he couldn't help but smile faintly. The absolute Yin battlefield isn't that big. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. Also, thank you for what you did just now. If you didn't give me face at that time, I might have been put on the spot. Wang Zijin didn't know if he was really grateful or just saying it on the surface. At this time, she still had a smile on her face as she said, "Even if Brother Gu really wants to thank me, how about this? You owe me a favor. Just remember to return it in the future." Gu Changa smiled. "All right then, I'll take my leave first." Seeing that Gu Changa did not seem to care much about Jiang Chuchu's matter, Prince 21 Jin did not ask further. She was just a little curious as to why Jiang Chuchu was so cold towards Gu Changa. This was very different from the Jiang Chuchu she was familiar with. As a woman, she had a natural intuition about this kind of thing, especially after the influence of various melodramatic scenes in her previous life. She always felt that this matter was a little like a resentful woman. It was very difficult for a man like Gu Changa to be moved by any woman. His gentle appearance on the surface was nothing more than a disguise for the coldness and heartlessness in his heart. Of course, she did not know about the matter between Gu Changa and Jiang Chuchu. The successor of the human ancestors' hall, who had been wandering in the outside world a while ago, was actually an impostor arranged by Gu Changa. "Then we'll part ways for now," Wang Zijin replied with a smile. Gu Changa nodded. Then, with a buzz, he took a step forward and disappeared. In an instant, he appeared thousands of miles away. Even Wang Zijin could not keep up with his speed at this time. This guy is really unpredictable. Why isn't he moved by me? Is it because I'm not charming enough? Wang Zijin couldn't help but rub her forehead. After 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she felt moved by someone. However, Gu Changa's attitude made her think that he was not interested in women. It was as if he was wholeheartedly chasing after the supreme power. However, judging from Gu Changa's many actions, this was not the case. He easily made you have a good impression of him. This guy seems to be a sea king. Forget it. The more I think about it, the more my head hurts. I don't believe that this guy's heart is made of rock. Then Wang Zijin left this place. She planned to enter the depths of the absolute Yin battlefield. She had left from there at the beginning. Now, Jiang Chuchu seemed to be still trapped there. His safety was unknown. "Master, this area has already been occupied by us. We've already cleared out the absolute Yin living beings. Most of them are around the virtual god realm. There are very few true gods." On the other side, after Gu Changa and Wang Zijin parted ways, he went to find his followers. At this moment, Yi Han was respectfully reporting their gains after entering the absolute Yin battlefield. It seems that we're now in the outer area. The true powerhouses are still in the depths. Gu Changa nodded. He scanned the area. He could not see any other young beings within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles. After all, with his name, unless those people wanted to offend him, they would not dare to stay here for long. The rest of his followers also had the corpses of absolute living beings. They were waiting to leave this place and go to the Immortal Academy to exchange them for points. A spot to enter the Immortal Academy required a lot of points. Just the virtual god realm living beings were not enough. However, Gu Changa did not plan to take the points in their hands. To him, it was enough as long as he entered the depths and casually killed a quasi-sage living being. His purpose in coming to the absolute battlefield was not for a spot to enter the Immortal Academy. Therefore, he still had to make some arrangements. There were still many things to do. He did not have time to waste on killing absolute living beings. The jade pendant that he gave Wang Zijin actually had his imprint on it. Wang Zijin probably did not notice it. Therefore, Gu Changa planned to let her scout the way for him first. Then he would think of a way to sneak into the absolute battlefield. He would see if he could find the core of the absolute battlefield. From what he knew, the absolute battlefield's existence could not be separated from the core area that existed when it was born. For countless years, the eruption of the absolute battlefield would involve many worlds. That kind of almost unsolvable devouring power was enough to make all existences fearful. In the core area, the absolute battlefield's source material was born. Gu Changa planned to use the great Tao treasure bottle to devour it. If it really did not work, he still had the omnipotent destiny value. Gu Changa had done a lot of preparations for this. Besides, the absolute aura in the depths of the absolute battlefield was very dense. Ordinary living beings would not be able to persevere to such a place. They would be devoured by the absolute aura along the way. Gu Changa was not worried that there would be any powerful beings that would hinder his plan. The absolute battlefield in front of him was very large, but the area occupied by Yihan and the others was actually very small. Therefore, Gu Changa thought for a moment and decided to deceive others. He ordered, "Well done, but this little bit of points is far from enough. This is my token. If anyone dares to stop me, use this token to inform me. I will leave this place for a period of time." After saying that, he threw the token in his hand to Yihan. After all, his identity was very special. Many people were watching him. If he wanted to do something at this time, it would be very troublesome. Gu Changa decided to use the excuse of leaving the absolute battlefield to make fewer young people pay attention to him. At that time, there would be a lot less trouble. Seeing this scene, the other followers could not help but look envious. To be able to obtain the token given by their master, it meant that Yihan was highly regarded. They did not have such an honor. Yihan also became excited. He respectfully accepted the token and hurriedly said, "Master, please rest assured. This subordinate will definitely complete the task you entrusted to me." Gu Changa nodded. "I am very assured with you doing things." After saying that, his figure left the place and quickly disappeared without a trace. I wonder why Master left the absolute battlefield. Could it be that something big happened outside? After seeing Gu Changa leave, a beautiful girl could not help but ask in confusion, "I don't know. Master's matters are not something we can ask. Let's first complete the task Master gave us. With Master's identity, there are not many people who dare to fight with us when we encounter the absolute spirit. This is a good opportunity to enter the true Immortal Academy." When the followers at the side heard this, they shook their heads and did not dare to ask any more. After that, many young people noticed that at the entrance of the absolute battlefield, Gu Changa's figure appeared. He seemed to have left the absolute battlefield and returned to the outside world. This news caused a lot of people to feel a little strange. Gu Changa was now a well-deserved young overlord of the younger generation. Even a descendant of the Sky Emperor like Ing Shuang could not help but be weaker in front of him. now that Guchanga was not in the absolute Een battlefield. To be honest, many people heaved a sigh of relief. However, the absolute Een battlefield was very big. The area where Guchanga was only a small area. The news about him only spread in a small area and did not cause much of a stir. Ing Yu, Yilang Tian, Wang Zijin, and the others heard it too. However, each of them had different expressions and thoughts. Young master, if we continue forward, we will enter the depths of the absolute Een battlefield. There are already many absolute Een spirits in the Divine King realm nearby. If we continue to go in, I'm afraid we will encounter quasi-sage realm or even saint realm beings. Moreover, the absolute Een spirit there is too dense. I'm worried that many people will not be able to withstand it. In front of a lake that had long withered and dried up, a group of beings was there. They were all riding on powerful, ferocious beasts. They were like divine deer, Pai Xiao, Qilin, and the others. Their vital energy and blood were very shocking. There were clouds under their feet, and they looked exceptionally handsome. The one who spoke was a young being with a rhinoceros horn on his head. He was in the true God realm and was also a young supreme being. It's all right. Some of you will follow me in front. Some of you will stay here and wait. Don't let the people behind come over. The absolute Een spirits nearby are not enough for us to kill. If we can encounter a quasi-sage realm being, it will save us a lot of trouble. I heard that Guchanga has already left the absolute Een battlefield. This is my chance. In terms of points, I can crush him. It's not that easy to be the number one of the younger generation. The young master he spoke of was a tall young man. He was very handsome and wore a long golden robe. His golden hair was as dazzling as the sun. It was like flowing gold. His eyes were also golden, as if they were two small burning suns, especially the two golden dragon horns on his head. Some kind of Taoist rhyme was flowing with divine power. It was very extraordinary. However, he was not from the dragon clan. He was from the Qilin clan. He was the rarer golden Qilin. The Qilin sun was an ancient freak who had been sealed until now. His cultivation had already reached the quasi-sage realm. His father was the Qilin demon emperor. He had once been an overlord of the demon realm. His cultivation was the best in the world. Although he had never ruled the demon realm, his power made many Archean clans fear him. The Qilin son inherited his father's terrifying talent. He was only in his 20s, but he already had such strength. Even if he was not sealed, his strength could still look down on his peers. Moreover, the Golden Qilin had a special talent. It could seek good fortune and avoid disaster. In some aspects, it could even predict the future. Although many powerful beings could peek into the river of time after reaching a certain level, they could notice the scales and feathers of the future. However, they would also be devoured. The Golden Qilin would not be in such a situation. To some extent, it was a clan that was favored by the heavens. At this moment, hearing the Qilin son's words, his followers nodded. Some who knew that it would be difficult to continue stayed. Most chose to follow. Who is it? However, at this moment, the Qilin son's expression suddenly changed. Divine light burst out of his eyes like a sharp sword, looking at the sky behind him. His expression also became solemn. He felt an uneasy and dangerous atmosphere shrouding the surroundings. This was his intuition, which came from the talent of the Golden Qilin clan. This made the space between his eyebrows hurt as if a steel needle had pierced through it. His head was about to explode. The danger this time was simply beyond imagination. What's going on? What's wrong with the young master? The Qilin son's followers had not yet reacted. They were very shocked and looked behind in confusion. Other than a bleak and gloomy sky, what else could there be? Be careful. It's not friendly, the Qilin son said in a deep voice. Almost instantly he unfolded a vast map of the star field behind him. Buzz! A terrifying aura bloomed here, as if billions of rays of starlight had gathered. This was a divine artifact. Many bright and real stars had been refined into it with great power. At this moment, it was rotating and making rumbling sounds. Many stars appeared and instantly solidified. They were surrounded by chaotic fog and intertwined with vast runes in the sky. One had to admit that the Chilan sun's reaction was too fast. After this action, he felt that he had some sense of security. He sighed in relief and stared at the distant sky with cold eyes. "Since you're here, why don't you show yourself?" The Chilan sun shouted. His followers also became alert. They took out all kinds of divine weapons and waited for the Chilan sun's arrival. "You're quite fast. However, my master has ordered that I must take your origin today. All of you are inside. You won't be able to escape." Along with a bone-chilling sneer, 3 terrifying figures appeared in the sky. They were wearing black robes, and their bodies were shrouded in black fog. Their faces could not be seen clearly. Only their eyes were scarlet, and there was a sense of indifference, madness, and bloodthirst in them. The level of cultivation he displayed caused the expressions of everyone below to change. Some were even terrified, and their bodies were trembling. 3 great saints. 663 the sky trembled, and the rules and order were about to collapse. Even the interminating chi in the surroundings became turbulent. "Young master, did he offend someone? How is that possible? There are 3 great saints." The Chilan sun's followers changed their expressions drastically, and their faces turned pale. Someone even asked in disbelief. A great saint could be said to be invincible in the current era. Not to mention that there were 3 great saints in front of them. Anyone who saw this would feel fear, their soul trembling, feeling despair. "Is the inheritor of demonic arts behind you? I have no enmity with him. Why does he want to kill me?" At this moment, the Chilan sun's expression was very solemn, and his face was a little pale. He felt very uneasy and dangerous. However, compared to the others, he was much calmer. The runes in his golden eyes disappeared and turned into a terrifying power. He wanted to see through the origins of the 3 great saints. From their words just now, he had already guessed their origins, other than the inheritor of demonic arts. Who would take someone's source energy? However, the Chilan sun could not figure out why the other party would be so bold as to send 3 great saints to kill him at this time. As an existence who was invincible below the quasi-supreme level, 3 great saints appearing at the same time was almost a fatal situation for any younger generation. This made the Chilan sun feel a strong sense of danger. "You're not stupid, but no one can save you today. Obediently hand over your source energy, and we might leave you with an intact corpse. My master is very interested in your source energy." In the sky, a black figure sneered. His eyes were extremely cruel and cold as he looked down at everyone below. As soon as he finished speaking, boom! He made a move. A large black hand reached out and covered the sky. The runes were destroyed, and all directions seemed to turn dark as if a large continent was pressing down. Under the power of a great saint, any resistance seemed to be extremely weak. The other 2 watched coldly and did not make a move. They were only there to prevent anyone from escaping. Poof! Almost in an instant, the large black hand fell, and there were sounds of collapsing one after another. Accompanied by screams, many of the Chilan sun's followers could not resist at all. Even though they had powerful forbidden weapons to protect themselves, they were smashed into a cloud of blood mist at this time. Their primordial spirits and weapons were instantly destroyed. "Young master, save us. We don't want to die." Some of the survivors were still frightened. Their faces were pale and desperate as they shouted at the Chilan sun. "Be obedient, and you might be able to die a quick death." A cruel and cold voice came from the black figure. It was as if a high and mighty god was looking down on ants. "Stop! Aren't you afraid that the force behind me will find out and take revenge?" The Chilan sun's expression suddenly turned ugly and gloomy. He began to activate the star field map behind him. The stars began to rotate, flowing with terrifying divine power, and were about to press down. However, he was only a sage-to-be, and the gap between him and a true great saint was too big. The other party just waved a hand, and the laws of a great saint pressed down. The star field map shattered and terrifying cracks appeared. The stars that were refined were directly turned into powder. What's there to be afraid of? All of you will die here today. Who will know that we killed you? The black figure sneered again. He was very disdainful and had an attitude of wanting to kill all of them. Chapter 259. Prince Ing is really heartless. I've never offended him. How could he be so ruthless? The Qilin Sun's expression was extremely ugly. He couldn't help but shout again, trying to spread his voice to a faraway area. However, the other two great saints' eyes were cold. They attacked and directly blocked his voice in the area. Prince Ing, you're thinking too much. He's not the master behind us. A black figure sneered and refused to admit it. Why are you still trying to quibble at this time? Do you think I won't know if you don't admit it? The Qilin Sun's eyes were extremely cold. Dazzling light began to spurt out from his glabella. There were 5 colored lights intertwining, as if an ancient god was about to wake up. Buzz! His aura was changing rapidly, as if there was an invincible existence that was difficult to reach appearing behind him. It was a peerless demon emperor. It was very vague and accompanied by footsteps. It was walking out of the river of time. His eyes pierced through the world and cracked the universe. Seeing this, the remaining followers of the Qilin Sun suddenly looked happy. They felt that there was hope. Young master still has tricks up his sleeve. We still have a chance. Let's fight it out with them. Thinking of this, they attacked again. They took out their divine weapons and planned to self-destruct to buy a chance for the Qilin Sun. The heavenly demon umbrella covered the sky, the dazzling battle whip that was several miles long, the mountain-like sky-turning seal, and the blood-red giant sword that tore the sky apart. All of them were dazzling. Murderous intent filled the air. They were about to self-destruct. Is this the Qilin Demon Emperor's life-saving technique? The black figure's eyes were even colder. It seemed that he had already expected this. Thank you for giving me this thing, Master. The black palm pushed forward and pressed down on the divine weapons in front of it. It was not afraid of the power of self-destruction at all. The strength of these followers was only at the level of true gods and heavenly gods. In front of a great saint, they were no different from ants. Then, the other 2 great saints attacked again. A flower of the path bloomed between their glabella. Black light fell from it, faintly turning into a floating great path treasure bottle. However, the great path treasure bottle did not really exist. It was formed by runes. At this moment, as the 3 supreme sages attacked together, the illusory image of the great vase of the great path suddenly appeared. It was terrifying and it covered all directions. Inside, it was as if starlight was falling down, great Tao veins interweaving, like a black hole, about to devour everything. This is great Tao treasure bottle. The Qilin's expression changed as he recognized the void in the sky. Then the demon emperor phantom behind him stepped forward and took the initiative to attack, fighting with the great path treasure bottle in the sky. Soon after, this place erupted with exceptionally terrifying fluctuations. Divine light filled the heavens, making all of the mountain peaks tremble, as if they were going to crack apart. It was as if they were going to penetrate through the past and present, as if natural laws were surging. This terrifying power, when activated by 3 great sages, could even slaughter a quasi-supreme. After all, this illusory figure did not truly exist. It did not have the support of any further mana. Even though it was extremely powerful, it quickly became indistinct, about to dissipate. Wow! The Qilin Sun spat out a mouthful of blood. His face suddenly paled. Then he thought of something and became resolute. He activated a secret technique, knowing that it was hard to say whether he would live or die in this battle. He burned his bloodline and left a message with a secret technique. When the time came, as long as the Qilin clan's powerhouses came, they would definitely notice it. The killer, Prince Ing, at the center of his brows, the aura of a divine weapon was about to recover. It was a small golden cauldron, floating in the vast sea of consciousness. The deity in it suddenly became incomparably terrifying. But at this moment, a strange fluctuation appeared between heaven and earth, as if someone was walking through time and space, and the sound of footsteps resounded through heaven and earth. Then, sparkling petals bloomed in the void. Pop, pop, pop! The dark immortal puppet took root in the void, and then pierced through the many creatures below, as if it was using them as nutrients to grow. Poof! The Qilin sun felt a stabbing pain between his brows, as if it had been pierced by a peerless immortal sword. His expression suddenly changed, and at the end of his line of sight, he saw a blurry figure appear in front of him. The other party's fingers were pressed together like a sword, like a bronze immortal sword. In a trance, it seemed to have fallen from the vast universe and destroyed him in an instant. How is this possible? How can it be you? Gu! The Qilin sun's voice trembled, and his divine soul was almost frozen and cracked. His expression became one of horror, disbelief, fear, and even despair. He had never expected that all of this was not arranged by Prince Ing. From the beginning to the end, Prince Ing was only the scapegoat. The biggest mastermind, the one who played everyone in the world in the palm of his hand, was Gu Changa. This made him tremble, and for the first time, fear rose in him. One had to know that even in the face of death he could be calm. But at a time like this, fear came from the depths of his soul. Gu Changa looked at him, his expression calm, without the slightest ripple. Then he nodded slightly. Brother Qilin, have a safe journey. I'll accept your source energy. In the next moment, a terrifying dark light fell like endless starlight and instantly drowned the Qilin sun's figure. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Seeing Gu Changa appear, the three great saints, who had finished their battle, all landed and greeted him respectfully. They were all puppets that the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had left for Yiling. But now they had been refined by Gu Changa again and became his demonic puppets. Gu Changa closed his eyes slightly and did not speak. The Qilin sun's talent was indeed unique. He sought luck, avoided calamity, and could predict the future. But his strength had not reached the point where he could predict the future. Otherwise, he would not have been killed so easily by Gu Changa. Let's go. Then Gu Changa felt that the great Tao treasure bottle had been completely digested. Only then did he open his eyes, which were deep and profound. Seeking luck and avoiding calamity was not very useful to him. What he valued was the ability to predict the future. After all, he had studied and cultivated the Tao of time, and the power of samsara involved time and time. To him, the ability to foresee the future was like adding wings to a tiger. But with his current strength, he could not reach it. Gu Changa estimated that he would only be able to do so after breaking through to the great sage level. Then he set off to look for the second target on the list, who was currently in the ultimate Yin battlefield. It was a young king of the Endless Fire Nation who had been sealed until now. Yan Ing, mid-sage demi-saint, and her talent was fire-devouring. Gu Changa mainly wanted to know the difference between her fire-devouring and his forbidden demonic technique. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. In the huge, absolute Yin battlefield, everything was calm and peaceful. Nothing major had happened. And in these few days, new ultimate Yin battlefields were discovered in a few other places, and many young cultivators from the outside world rushed over. Young cultivators from very far away also rushed over, and even Yu Mingkong rushed over. But the ultimate Yin battlefield that she finally headed to was not where Gu Changa was. During this time, the entire Nansheng heaven became more and more lively. In the outside world, in a pavilion, a group of living beings had terrified expressions, and their spirits were trembling as they knelt on the ground. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat, and they did not even dare to raise their heads. Young master's soul lamp has been extinguished. All of us are finished. In front of them was an elder with a clear face, but the elder's expression was gloomy, ugly, and extremely furious. There was even fear, unease, and terror. He was the Cheelant's guardian. However, he did not enter the ultimate battlefield, because the Immortal Academy had rules that one had to rely on one's own strength to obtain points. That was why he chose to wait outside. But instead of the Cheelant's son, he received news of the Cheelant's death from his clan. This was like a bolt of lightning that directly exploded above his head and made him stunned for a long time. Why did the Cheelant's son, who had all kinds of life-saving methods, die in the ultimate battlefield? Something big has happened. No matter what the reason is, I can't escape the blame, and so can you. At this time, I hope the young master has encountered the danger of the ultimate battlefield and not been assassinated. The elder's face was ashen, and his terrifying aura was about to overturn this place. Soon he ignored the Immortal Academy's rules and barged into the ultimate battlefield. The news of the Cheelant's death could no longer be hidden. Like a stormy wave, it caused a terrifying earthquake in the ultimate battlefield and even Nanching heaven. Hearing this news, countless cultivators were shocked and shocked. They felt a chill from head to toe, and their souls were about to be frozen and cracked. The Cheelant's son was a famous ancient freak. Many people even thought that he was qualified to compete with Gu Changa and the others. But now he had died in the ultimate battlefield. The commotion caused by this was too terrifying. Instantly, countless guesses were made. Many young people who had already entered the ultimate battlefield were even more uneasy and terrified. The murderer is Prince Ing. Soon, the Cheelant's guardian brought people to the area where the battle had happened. Here, he sensed the fluctuations of the secret technique left behind by the Cheelant's son. This was a secret technique that only the Cheelant clan could sense. Apart from him, no one else could sense it. Therefore, at this moment, the elder's face became incomparably ashen and furious, and his eyes turned red. How dare the Heavenly Emperor mount and kill my young master? This is an irreconcilable feud. His angry roar and terrifying fluctuations shook the surroundings. Even the few old antiques who followed him chose to remain silent. If it wasn't Prince Ing who did it, why would the Cheelant's son leave such a message? They didn't know about the Cheelant clan's secret technique, but they knew that if there wasn't evidence, the Cheelant's guardian wouldn't say that. After all, they wouldn't be so stupid to offend the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. No matter how powerful the Cheelant clan was, they were still weaker in front of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Then, many powerhouses checked the aura here. However, they found that the other party was very careful and had wiped out all the aura, so they couldn't find anything at all. However, they didn't expect the Cheelant's son to leave such a message. Soon, this matter immediately shook the entire ultimate battlefield, causing everyone to be shocked, uneasy, and terrified. Prince Ing, the most suspected inheritor of the demonic arts now. It was very likely that he was the one who killed the Cheelant's son. According to the various signs, the possibility of him killing the Cheelant's son was indeed very high. However, many people thought of Prince Ing's humiliating defeat at the hands of the Human Ancestor Palace's successor a few days ago. Could it be that he was really showing weakness at that time? Actually, it was just to make everyone lower their guard, so that he could secretly make a move. A few days later, the second big thing happened again, causing a sensation no different from the Cheelant's son's death. An ancient young king of the Endless Fire Nation, Yening, also died in the ultimate battlefield. The way she died was almost exactly the same as the Cheelant's son. However, there was no evidence left on the battlefield, so there was no way to prove who did it. These two things were like an earthquake, almost overturning the entire ultimate battlefield. The commotion caused countless people to be shocked and terrified. Many young existences who entered the ultimate battlefield felt uneasy. Everyone was in danger. No one knew if the next target would be them. How could Ing Shuang dare to make such a move so openly? Did he really think that it was flawless? Or was he not afraid of being exposed at all at a mountain range? Yi Lang Tian, Yi Liuli, Wang Wushuang, Qi Ling and the others were silent, their hearts trembling. The news of the past few days had truly shocked and unsettled them. They had always felt that Ing Shuang was the most likely inheritor of the demonic arts. Now that such a big thing had happened in the ultimate Yin battlefield, it could be said that it was related to him. At this time, what would Ing Shuang's attitude be? Or would he continue to pretend? Or would he tear off his mask and declare war on the world? This made them tremble and uneasy. Although the ones who died were two ancient freaks, no one could be sure if they would be the next. Moreover, other than Ing Shuang, there is another inheritor of the demonic arts. Yi Lang Tian was even more uneasy. You keep saying that it's related to me, but did you see me attack? These days I have been with my sister and the others, almost never leaving their side. Where did you get the evidence to say that I killed the Qilin's son? At this time on a desolate plain, the group of people from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, who were working hard to kill the ultimate Yin creatures for a spot in the true Immortal Academy, were blocked by the Qilin's guardian and many Qilin clan beings. Ing Shuang stood in front of Elder Qing Di and asked with a calm expression, not showing any fear at all. He didn't know why the blame was placed on his head, and the other party insisted that he was the one who killed the Qilin's son. He had heard of the two major events that happened in the ultimate Yin battlefield recently, and thought that he was framed and slandered by others. However, he really didn't expect the Qilin clan to be so sure that he was the one who killed the Qilin's son. However, although Ing Shuang was very uneasy, he also understood that he couldn't reveal any flaws at this time. Otherwise, he would have to bear this blame firmly. Therefore, he argued with reason. After all, Ing Yu and the others could testify for him that he had never left them. At this time, where would he get the time and opportunity to kill the Qilin's son? Not to mention whether he had the strength, even the time didn't match. It was obvious that someone was framing him. This made Ing Shuang feel extremely sullen and angry, but there was nothing he could do. Hee, I knew you wouldn't admit it. That's why you're so calm and fearless, right? Elder Qing Di sneered and became angrier. In his opinion, Ing Shuang's attitude showed that he wasn't worried at all. He felt that they couldn't produce evidence, so he was confident and didn't panic at all. If you want to frame me like this, at least take out the evidence. During this period of time, I've been with my people from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Who saw me make a move? You can ask the people behind me. Ing Shuang frowned and forced himself to remain calm. However, at this time, even the expressions of Ing Yu and the others behind him changed. They recalled what Gu Chang'e said a while ago. Ing Shuang's actions were to drag the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain down. Therefore, even Ing Yu and the others chose to remain silent and guard against Ing Shuang. After all, what happened in the Longevity Gu family last time showed that Ing Shuang had other methods. He could send someone else to do it. Therefore, even if he didn't do it personally, he had other methods. It was precisely because of this that he was so fearless and calm. Don't think that you can do whatever you want because you have the Heavenly Emperor Mountain behind you and your father is Heavenly Emperoring. Let me tell you, as the inheritor of demonic arts, you will soon become the enemy of the entire world. Elder Qing Di was incomparably cold. He had already shed all pretense of cordiality with Ing Shuang. He was just short of capturing him. At this time, Ing Shuang's expression changed slightly. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. The people from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain behind him seemed to be suspecting him. How was this possible? He clearly didn't do anything. Today, I'll suppress you and bring you back to the Qilin clan for punishment. Give my young master justice. After saying this, Elder Qing Di's eyes turned cold. He suddenly attacked Ing Shuang. His cultivation of the absolute saint realm erupted, wanting to suppress and capture him. Ing Shuang's expression changed. At this time, he felt the terrifying pressure. In his sea of consciousness, the divine soul weapon that had never changed suddenly shone brightly. A terrifying aura suddenly filled the air and erupted. This was a power that surpassed the Saint Realm. It was as if a supreme being was awakening and wanted to break through everything. How could this be? This scene caused Elder Qingdi's expression to change drastically. He found it hard to believe. He felt that Ing Shuang's luck points were once again decreasing in the form of an avalanche. Gu Chang'e, who had disappeared for a period of time, appeared at the entrance of the Yin-ending battlefield under the attention of many cultivators. The smile at the corner of his mouth was somewhat thought-provoking. During the time that I was away, something extremely big seemed to have happened. Hearing his mutterings, Yi Zichen nodded. A proud daughter of heaven suddenly mustered up her courage and walked in front of him with a red face. She was very nervous. She stammered with a trembling voice, "Young Master Chang'e, a lot of things have indeed happened during this period of time." Then she repeated what had happened during this period of time and told Gu Chang'e. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e was someone who had fought with the inheritor of the demonic arts and severely injured him. He was the only one who could make others feel at ease. Gu Chang'e listened with a slight smile on his face. Then his expression gradually became serious, and he sighed slightly in the end. "Brother Qilin, Goddess Yening, I have heard of both of them. I thought that they were strong opponents and that I would have a chance to compete with them in the future. I didn't expect to hear such bad news. Thank you for telling me this." Then he shook his head, took a step forward, and disappeared. Young Master Chang'e is as gentle as jade, humble and courteous as the rumors say. He is clearly much stronger than the Qilin Sun and Yening, but he still said that. Young Master Chang'e has returned to the Yin-ending battlefield. The inheritor of the demonic arts should be afraid of him for a while. Watching Gu Chang'e leave, the heavenly girl couldn't help showing admiration in her eyes. Many of the young existences around her were somewhat envious of her, and also somewhat impressed. She actually dared to take the initiative to talk to Gu Chang'e. They didn't have this kind of courage. Then, very quickly, the news of Gu Chang'e's appearance in the Yin-ending battlefield spread. Many of the younger generation couldn't help but be overjoyed. They heaved a sigh of relief, as if they had found their backbone. Gu Chang'e first called his followers, and then majestically headed towards the area where Ing Shuang was. In the eyes of many, he seemed to be seeking justice for the two ancient freaks who had fallen. Chapter 260. Ing Shuang's luck points have already decreased to such an extent, but they actually increased a little. Truly, there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. As expected, there is always a way out, not to mention the child of luck. Gu Chang'e's expression was somewhat inexplicable, and then he became interested. On the way to where Ing Shuang and the others were, he had been paying attention to Ing Shuang's luck points, because the system kept reminding him that Ing Shuang's luck points were decreasing. So he was wondering if he should secretly help Ing Shuang when the time came, so that she would not be played to death so quickly. He did not want Ing Shuang to die so early. After all, he still needed to take the blame. If she died like this, he would have to spend a lot of effort to find the next scapegoat. Ing Shuang was too weak. If he had the methods of Prince Ing, he would not be so passive. Gu Chang'e would not have to worry so much. However, Gu Chang'e soon discovered that Ing Shuang's luck points had inexplicably increased a little. He guessed that it was because Ing Shuang was now regarded as the inheritor of demonic arts, which caused a series of changes. It was very likely that there was an organization behind the inheritors of demonic arts. Ing Shuang was very likely to have been noticed by them. If Ing Shuang encountered any life-threatening danger, the real inheritors of demonic arts organization might come to her rescue. After all, there had been many inheritors of demonic arts since ancient times. Although there was only one person in each generation who cultivated the forbidden demonic arts, as long as they were not stupid, they would definitely leave behind some backup plans. This saved Gu Chang'e a lot of effort. At least Ing Shuang could not die now. If someone saved her, it would be even more impossible for him to wash it off. He had to wear the title of inheritor of demonic arts until the day he died. As for turning a lie into a reality, it would give Shuang another power. Guchanga was not worried because Shuang did not know any forbidden demonic arts at all. Sooner or later, that organization would find out. According to normal circumstances, if there really is such a forbidden demonic arts organization, they should be looking for the mysterious person that Yi Langtian mentioned. It should not have much to do with Shuang. I just don't know if such an organization exists in the absolute Yin battlefield, but it doesn't matter if they don't. I'll lend you a hand. Thinking of this, Guchanga couldn't help but smile a little playfully. His figure became more and more blurred as he rushed forward to watch the show even faster. In the eyes of the other cultivators, this showed that Guchanga was worried about the safety of the common people. This made them admire her even more. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streaks of light pierced through the sky as the geniuses and cultivators of various races rushed over. The news of an inheritor of demonic arts appearing had already spread throughout the entire absolute Yin battlefield, causing a huge commotion. Brother Gu has returned. That's great. During this period of time, his absence from the absolute Yin battlefield was truly unsettling. That's right. With Brother Gu here, that inheritor of the demonic arts wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. I think he only dared to make a move because he knew that Brother Gu had left the absolute Yin 663 battlefield. At that time, Brother Gu actually helped them out of the kindness of his heart. I'm afraid that Brother Gu didn't expect that so many things would happen in the past few days. Sigh, if the successor of the human ancestors' palace had directly killed Prince Ing, none of this would have happened. However, Prince Ing was probably pretending to be weak at that time and wanted to hide it from everyone. At this moment, Yi Langtian, Wang Wushuang, Qi Ling, and the others all rode on divine rainbows and sped through the sky, rushing towards the area where the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was located. They discussed animatedly and felt extremely emotional. They didn't connect this matter to Guchanga at all. In their opinion, apart from Guchanga, the successor of the human ancestors' palace, and a few others in the younger generation, it was almost impossible for them to be a match for the inheritor of the demonic arts. Now that the matter of Prince Ing being the inheritor of the demonic arts was almost settled, no one would believe him even if he wanted to explain or deny it. Therefore, they couldn't figure out what Prince Ing could do at this time. Was he planning to drag the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain down with him and make the world his enemy? Even if he wanted to, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain would probably not admit it. After countless years of inheritance, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain wouldn't make such a foolish move at this time. It was very likely that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain would choose to abandon Prince Ing. After all, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had existed for many years, and Heavenly Emperor Ing was just one of the Heavenly Emperors. The entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain couldn't be his subordinates. On the day that Prince Ing accepted the demonic arts inheritance, he should have thought of all of this. Soon, Wang Wushuang, Yi Langtian, and the others also arrived at the area where the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was located. However, what they saw in front of them was too shocking, and they couldn't recover from their shock for a while. The light that soared into the sky was enough to drown all the cultivators below the Saint Realm. Even they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear at this time, and felt that it was like a dream. At this time, is Prince Ing really planning to kill everyone and make the world his enemy? Therefore, their faces quickly darkened, and they were incomparably furious. Wang Wushuang and the others even directly activated their forbidden treasures and were vigilant. A vast and mighty aura appeared in front of them, as if an ancient god had awakened. That kind of peerless aura was too shocking. The divine chains of order that were like galaxies interweaved and fell there, and a golden bell floated in the sky. The golden bell was very huge, like a mountain range that stretched across the sky, covering everything. The terrifying power of time flowed on the golden bell, showing off a powerful aura, as if it was going to return everything to chaos. The incomparably brilliant and terrifying golden divine light was like a mountain, as if it had pierced through the universe and shattered the sky. Even the Yin battlefield couldn't block that kind of aura, and the sky exploded. This scene deeply shocked everyone, and it made Yi Langtian and the others who had rushed over feel their hearts palpitate. As the successor of the ancient Yi clan, Yi Langtian naturally knew what this was at the first moment. That was why he couldn't understand why Prince Ing would be so bold as to activate this item, as if he was going to make all living things his enemy. This is Emperor Ying's soul-suppressing ancient bell. No, it's not Emperor Ying's weapon, but it was personally refined by him, and he specially left it for his descendants. I'm afraid it's a supreme weapon, and the god inside it is like a peerless supreme being has awakened. Who can stop it? This inheritor of demonic arts is too arrogant, and he still refuses to admit it. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants because he has the Emperor Mountain behind him, and his father is Emperor Ing? It's said that the young king of the Endless Fire Nation was taken in as a disciple by a supreme being. Now that she has died here, that supreme being will probably be angry and come here. When that time comes, the Een End battlefield will no longer be peaceful, and it will be even more dangerous for us. In the dried-up mountains, many young cultivators were discussing. When they saw this scene, they were all angry, and then their expressions became incomparably worried. At the end of their line of sight, they could see a monstrous aura rising. It was the roar of a supreme saint, and it came from the Qilin's protector. When he attacked Ing Shuang, he felt that something was wrong. A peerless aura gushed out from his body, almost shattering his divine soul. Inheritors of demonic arts should be killed by everyone. Even if you kill me, there will still be people who will come to kill you. At this moment he was roaring furiously, and his voice shook heaven and earth. Majestic rules of the Saint Realm were like a crack in heaven and earth, and they spilled out terrifyingly. Under such fluctuations, even an ordinary saint's expression would change, and they wouldn't be able to stand at all. When a supreme saint was angry, the paths of mountains and rivers changed, heaven and earth lost their color, and the universe was destroyed. If such a battlefield happened in the outer realm, many planets with life would explode and be reduced to dust. But now he seemed incomparably petty and insignificant. Under the might of a supreme being, he was like an ant, and he couldn't do anything other than roar indignantly. In the next moment, golden divine light poured down, as if it was going to burn heaven and earth. The endless power of rules drowned this supreme saint, and he didn't even have time to scream before he instantly disappeared into thin air, and his body and soul were destroyed. I already said that I'm not the inheritor of demonic arts. Why don't you believe me? As the person involved, Ing Shuang's face was more livid than anyone else's. He stood under the sky, and the top of his head was sparkling and resplendent. The divine light was brilliant, and it was connected to the golden ancient bell in the sky. But this had nothing to do with him. This golden ancient bell was only activated when his life was in danger. Normally, it was difficult for him to activate it. Now, Ing Shuang only felt that the blame of being the inheritor of demonic arts had been firmly placed on his head, as if he couldn't take it off. This made him incomparably angry, frightened, and uneasy. Who was it that was trying to frame him? Why did they try to pin these accusations on him again and again? Young master, please stop. The sea of bitterness is boundless, and you can turn back to the shore. As long as you abolish the forbidden demonic arts, there is still a way. Otherwise, when the time comes, even the subordinates that the emperor left behind won't be able to save you. You're not only harming yourself, you're also harming Tianhuang Mountain. Young master, are you still worthy of the emperor? If the emperor was still here, he wouldn't be willing to see you become like this today. In you, a Gu, and the rest of the people from Tianhuang Mountain all had pained expressions on their faces. They all persuaded Ing Shuang to turn back and stop being so stubborn. Suspicion was one thing, but now that the suspicion was confirmed, it was another thing. This made them incomparably worried, pained, and uneasy. Why would Ing Shuang suddenly walk on the wrong path? As the inheritor of demonic arts, no matter when, he would definitely die. In the end, he would only implicate his family and become the enemy of the world. There was no good ending. Why couldn't Ing Shuang understand? I already said that I was wronged. I'm not the inheritor of demonic arts. Why don't you believe me? Ingyu, are you also like this? Ing Shuang's expression was incomparably furious as he stared at the people from Tianhuang Mountain, especially Ingyu. Even his sister didn't believe him, thinking that he was the inheritor of demonic arts. This made his heart ice-cold, disappointed, and cold. Big brother, why are you still so stubborn at this time? Do you really plan to drag down Tianhuang Mountain? If you knew this would happen, why did you choose to do this? Ing Yu's expression was filled with pain, struggle, sadness, regret, and conflict. She had thought that this day would come, but she had always hoped that this day wouldn't come. But when it really came, she was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Haha, do you still think of me as your big brother? You actually suspect me like this? Hearing Ing Yu's words, Ing Shuang's expression suddenly turned cold. He clenched his fists and his body trembled. But in reality, he was furious, sullen, and terrified to the extreme. Ing Yu didn't believe him, which meant that he would no longer have any support behind him. He would have to face all the enemies. At this time, he would rather go back and feed the horses than encounter such a situation. Boom! At this moment, the golden ancient bell above Ing Shuang's head suddenly erupted with an exceptionally dazzling brilliance. Millions of golden rays of light lingered around. A terrifying pressure swept through the heavens and the earth, causing countless cultivators to be terrified. Even the other cultivators in the absolute Yin battlefield felt a deep sense of unease and fear. Fear came from the depths of their souls, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. He plans to kill all of us. Fight him to the death. Everyone has the right to kill the inheritor of demonic arts. Everyone looked at Ing Shuang with eyes filled with anger, hatred, and killing intent. At this time, they knew that they weren't Ing Shuang's match, but they weren't afraid at all. They were prepared to fight to the death. Ing Shuang was simply too arrogant. Just now, in front of everyone, he forcefully took out such a weapon and killed a paragon saint. Big brother, I really don't want to fight with you. Don't forget that I also have a golden ancient bell. Ing Yu's cold and pained voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. Buzz! In the next moment, an exceptionally dazzling brilliance appeared between her eyebrows. A powerful aura rose from within. A terrifying illusory figure suddenly materialized in the sky. It was also a golden ancient bell, exactly the same as Ing Shuang's. It was also refined by Heavenly Emperor Ing. However, Ing Yu used a secret technique to activate it, and it didn't awaken on its own. Its power was fundamentally different from the golden ancient bell above Ing Shuang's head. You want to kill me too? Why don't you believe me after I said so? Seeing Ing Yu's actions, Ing Shuang was stunned. His eyes widened. Then his expression turned into disbelief. It was as if he didn't want to believe that Ing Yu would actually attack him in the end. You've already killed many people. Stop. Ing Yu's voice was filled with regret and struggle. As she spoke, dazzling multicolored light gushed out from the top of her head. Seeing this, Ing Shuang knew that it was useless to say anything more. This black pot made him speechless, and he couldn't defend himself. At this time, the only thing he could do was think of a way to survive. Soon, the two golden ancient bells started fighting in the sky. The ripples were as turbulent as the sea. The scene was incomparably terrifying. It was as if the sky was going to be shattered. The terrifying divine light of order was incomparably chaotic. It was as if the sky was going to be split open. Even some stars in the outer realm were swept by this divine light. Then they were chopped down and turned into fine powder in midair. Chaotic mist fell from the outer realm, drowning everything. Many creatures didn't have time to dodge and were directly killed by the aftershocks. Just like the absolute saint before, they didn't even have time to scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. For a moment, this place became a scene of purgatory. Many young existences were rushing here, but halfway through, they were swept by the erupting divine light. They exploded in an instant, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Run. Prince Ing is crazy. He wants to kill everyone. He wants to make the whole world his enemy. Go back and report to the clan. The inheritor of demonic arts has appeared. He wants to kill everyone. Everyone was terrified. They kept running for their lives in all directions. They were incomparably desperate, frightened, and angry. Judging from his actions, Prince Ing really intended to kill everyone and wipe them all out here. From today onwards, there would be no place for them in this world. Therefore, when he thought of this, Prince Ing decided to drag everyone down with him. After all, it was better to drag one more person down with him. Not good, let's run. Prince Ing is going to burn the boats. Even if he wants to die, he wants to drag us down with him. The expressions of Wang Wushuang, Yi Langtian, and the others changed. Although they had the primordial Yi clan and the longevity Wang clan behind them, they didn't have such amazing means like Prince Ing. Was a supreme weapon something that an ordinary person could possess? If they didn't run now, they would only die here like the others. Buzz. However, in the next moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from heaven and earth. This made everyone's expression change. They felt a strange power enveloping all directions. Kiki, let's see who dares to run. Even if the Heavenly King appears, no one can save you. Today, everyone will die here. Since ancient times, we have always been the ones being hunted down. I didn't expect that there would be such a day. Every dog has its day. This generation's inheritor is quite bold. It was accompanied by cold laughter. Everyone who was fleeing in all directions was shocked. They couldn't help but feel cold all over. Even their divine souls were trembling. Suddenly, 3 terrifying figures walked out of the void. They were shrouded in black robes and shrouded in gray fog. Their eyes were cold, filled with cruelty and bloodthirst. Their auras were of the great saint realm, and great saint laws were intertwined around them. They were so powerful that they could easily crush everyone here. How is this possible? This must be fake. How can there be more great saints hiding in the dark? And there are 3 of them. This is forcing everyone to die. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, they couldn't help but feel cold all over. Their faces were pale, and their divine souls were trembling. They were in extreme despair. There were still people hiding in the dark, and they suddenly appeared at this time. Furthermore, there were 3 terrifyingly powerful great sages. A casual palm strike could probably obliterate everyone here. Inheritor, please don't worry. No one can leave here alive today. At this time, the 3 great saints who suddenly appeared bowed to Ing Shuang, while everyone was in despair and fear. Their expressions were very respectful. At this time, Ing Shuang was also a little shocked. He was even confused and at a loss. Then there was a burst of ecstasy. There was always a way out. He even suspected that the previous Prince Ing was indeed the inheritor of demonic arts. It was just that he didn't remember that part of the memory after he took over the body. No, I'm not the inheritor of demonic arts. I wasn't from the beginning. Someone is deliberately framing me. And these 3 people in front of me were sent by him. They seem to be helping me, but in fact they have another purpose. They want to make it difficult for me to clear my suspicion. Damn it, what a cruel heart. It must be Gu Changa. During this time, I haven't been in contact with anyone other than him. I knew he wouldn't be so kind. But soon, Ing Shuang came to his senses. His whole body was filled with a bone-chilling coldness and some despair and fear. But what could he do? He could understand all of this, but he couldn't reject it at all. This was an overt plot to force him to his death. Chapter 261. Even these people have shown up now. Brother, are you still not going to admit it? How are you going to explain this? You lied to us for so long. At this moment, Ing Yu's voice was trembling when she saw the scene. Her expression was even colder. She was almost certain that Ing Shuang was the inheritor of the demonic arts. After all, She had never even seen these three terrifyingly powerful great sages before, and yet they treated Ing Shuang with such respect. Ing Shuang's mouth was bitter. What could he explain? Would it work if he explained? Little girl, shut up. How can you question the inheritor? You're simply asking for death. Suddenly, one of the great sage's eyes turned cold. Hearing Ing Yu's words, he seemed to be very angry and murderous. He directly slapped over with his palm. This was a divine technique. The palm gathered heaven and earth, and the laws fell. It was incomparably terrifying, like a great millstone of destruction, about to crush Ing Yu here. Just the aftermath alone made many people want to explode. They couldn't bear it at all. When a great sage attacked, Ing Yu, who was only a quasi-sage, was no match at all. Any resistance was useless. Moreover, her golden ancient bell was fighting with Ing Shuang, and it couldn't free itself to protect her. Young miss, not good. Quickly protect the young miss. The expressions of the people from Sky Emperor Mountain changed. They hurriedly attacked, trying to resist this attack. However, they exploded into a bloody mist as soon as they came into contact with the aftermath. The power of a great sage was boundless. They were no different from ants. As for the other two great sages, they also attacked the other young cultivators. They were incomparably ruthless, and they were not afraid of making a big deal out of it. It was as if they wanted to destroy everyone here. This scene made everyone fall into despair. They only hated the fact that they didn't stay far away and instead came here. In an instant, this place became even more tragic than before. Blood and corpses were everywhere. Many people died here. So many young existences have died. Even if Heavenly Emperor Ing is alive, he won't be able to protect Prince Ing. Yi Langtian took out a divine weapon to protect the people behind him. His face was abnormally pale. At this time, Ing Shuang, you've already become so deranged that you even want to kill me? Facing the palm of a great saint, Ing Yu's face turned pale and hopeless. Her divine soul wavered, knowing that she couldn't resist. She looked at Ing Shuang, her eyes cold and distant. More than that, it was the pain of breaking up. Stop right now. Ing Shuang opened her mouth, wanting to stop this great sage. However, when the great sage heard this, a look of ridicule flashed across his eyes. He didn't stop at all. He didn't listen to Ing Shuang and wanted to kill Ing Yu. Miss! Everyone from Sky Emperor Mountain roared out in despair. Their eyes turned red. They didn't expect that the young miss would die in the hands of her own brother today. After becoming the inheritor of the demonic arts, Ing Shuang no longer cared about familial ties. She had become a demon who ignored everything. At this moment, Ing Yu couldn't help but close her eyes in despair. Her greatest life-saving trump card was the golden ancient bell in her divine soul. Other than that, there was no other way to defend against this attack. However, in the next moment, the pain she thought she would feel didn't come. Instead, a gentle and calm voice sounded in her ears. A terrifying fluctuation erupted in front of her. The palm of that great sage was blocked by a great sage artifact. Fortunately, I didn't come too late. Hearing this, Ing Yu suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Unknowingly, a young figure suddenly appeared in front of her. He wasn't very tall, but he was unusually tall and straight. His eyes were gentle and calm. He was wearing a white robe with wide sleeves, and his hair fluttered in the wind. He had a transcendent bearing. Even in the face of such a situation, he was calm and composed. It was as if he could turn the world around. The person who came was Gu Changa, who had been watching the show for a long time and only showed up now. Young Master Gu, Ing Yu almost murmured these 3 words. Unknowingly, her silver gem-like eyes were filled with this figure. She couldn't move her gaze away for a long time. Young Master Changa. It's young Master Changa. That's great. We're saved. Young Master Changa has come to save us. At this moment, the sky all around fell silent for a moment. Then, a terrifying wave of sound erupted. Everyone stared at the figure in the sky. They couldn't help but be ecstatic and excited. They felt like they had survived a disaster. Brother Gu is finally here. If he was half a step slower, I'm afraid all of us would have died here today. However, there are 3 great sages here today. Even Brother Gu will find it very difficult to deal with them. I wonder how he will deal with them. Yi Langtian and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. They couldn't help but smile. They were more than 100 times more relaxed than before. They didn't know when, but in their eyes, Gu Changa had become the representative of stability. With him around, all dangers could be suppressed. The inheritors of demonic arts were no exception. Junior, who are you? How dare you court death? Seeing that his palm was blocked, the great sage hidden in the black robe seemed to be incomparably furious. Strands of golden light appeared in his eyes, as if they could destroy everything. He stared at Gu Changa, paying attention to the ancient mirror in his hand. His murderous aura was monstrous. Just now, Gu Changa resisted him with the ancient mirror in his hand. Everyone looked at all this, and hope rose in their hearts. Gu Changa had many tricks up his sleeve. Since he dared to come here, he must have a way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have blocked in front of you and saved her life. Gu Changa. At this moment, Ing Shuang was also staring at Gu Changa. He was incomparably angry, and his eyes were full of killing intent and hatred. If it weren't for the fact that it was difficult to activate the ancient golden bell, he would have killed Gu Changa. Others didn't know. He knew that all this was probably a self-directed act by Gu Changa, including the move just now to saving you. He had long planned it. However, Gu Changa didn't care about his expression. He didn't care about the 3 great sages in front of him. He spoke to himself. Brother Ing, why are you still so stubborn at this point? If you abolish the taboo demonic arts, we might be able to sit down and have a drink and have a good talk. Does your current state have any benefits for you? Everyone wants to beat you up, and you are the enemy of the world. The taboo demonic arts are something that should have disappeared in the long river of time. Why are you so greedy? Gu Changa sighed slightly and said in a regretful tone, Gu Changa, you despicable person, all of this is your doing. If it weren't for you, why would I become like this? Stop pretending to be a good person now. Hearing Gu Changa's words, Ing Shuang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He didn't have the calm look he had just now. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to kill Gu Changa. It was obvious that he had framed her, but now he still looked so righteous. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? I know you hate me, but if I don't do this, more cultivators will be harmed by you. Exposing your identity will indeed make you hate me to the bone, but there's no other way. Although I don't claim to be a good person, I can't do such a thing as not saving a life. Hearing this, Gu Changa could only shake his head helplessly, but soon his expression became serious and cold. But you should never have done something like killing your peers. You didn't even let off your own sister. Is there anyone in this world who is as heartless as you? Gu Changa, only you can say something like that. Ing Shuang was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, and his head was about to explode. There had never been a moment like today where he was so angry just because of a few words. In the past, he was very tolerant and wouldn't care about what others said. But Gu Changa framed him without any evidence in front of everyone. How could he tolerate it? Inheritor, don't worry. We will kill him now. Including him, no one can leave here alive today. At this time, the 3 supreme sages spoke in unison. Their eyes were cold as they stared at Gu Changa and began to attack. The terrifying might of the supreme sages filled the sky and intertwined. Some people even sat cross-legged in the sky. Their figures were blurry, but there were strands of chaotic fog hanging down, preventing anyone from taking the opportunity to escape. Mr. Gu, be careful! Ing Yu couldn't help but remind him. She was very worried. It's okay. Gu Changa smiled faintly. His hands, faintly drew a dazzling light in the air. This kind of light was extremely shocking, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Many rules and divine chains of the great Tao seemed to be intertwining in different worlds, evolving into a furnace that could smelt all the worlds in this world. Many heaven's favorites and living beings nearby felt their divine souls tremble, as if their divine souls were trembling. Their primordial spirits were frozen, as if everything was about to be destroyed and melted back into chaos. Buzz! A very blurry but solid furnace began to appear in Gu Changa's hands. Red light bloomed. There were only billions of strands, and the aura of the great Tao appeared on it. This is the most powerful technique of the longevity Gu family, the furnace of 10,000 paths. It can smelt everything with 10,000 paths and reach the end. Someone recognized it and couldn't help but tremble slightly. However, with young Master Changa's strength, even if he uses this powerful technique, he won't be able to stop the three supreme sages. At this time, the three supreme sages attacked together and landed in front of Gu Changa, wanting to crush and kill him. Buzz! The sky trembled. The momentum was too terrifying and vast. For a moment, there seemed to be endless immortal light erupting. It was terrifying to the extreme. The supreme sage's rules seemed to be able to overturn everything. Dong! The void was penetrated. Then, under the disbelieving gazes of the three supreme sages, there seemed to be an incomparable divine seal floating there. The mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the universe all appeared. This kind of brilliance was too shocking. There were even rules of the great Tao spreading in the void between heaven and earth. Hiss! That's a supreme artifact. Young Master Changa actually has a supreme artifact in his hands. Could it be a Dharma artifact given by the longevity Gu family? It seems to be activated by him. This is unbelievable. The next moment, everyone was shocked, speechless. They sensed the fluctuation, although it was difficult to recognize what kind of supreme artifact it was. However, the fluctuation was shocking enough. In the current younger generation, other than the son of the emperor like Prince Ing, there was another young existence who had a supreme artifact in his hands. What kind of terrifying foundation was this? How many tricks did Gu Changa have that had not been revealed to the world? It could only be said that he was indeed the number one person of the younger generation. Oh no! Seeing the scene, the three supreme sages' expressions changed, and they couldn't help but retreat quickly. After all, Prince Ying's golden ancient bell was being held back. It was difficult for him to spare any extra effort to come here. Everyone felt the same way. At this time, as long as they weren't stupid, they wouldn't dare to face a supreme artifact head-on. Be it supreme sages or quasi-supremes, in front of a real supreme artifact, they were as weak as paper. Puff! At this time, Gu Changa couldn't help but turn pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that it was difficult for him to continue supporting the supreme artifact. His body began to emit a 5-color divine light, and chaotic qi began to spread out. His bones and blood contained astonishing divinity, and he was bitterly holding on. This scene made everyone's hearts tremble, and then they couldn't help but admire and respect. The awakening of a supreme artifact and even a single attack required the support of a huge amount of magic power. With their ability, they estimated that they wouldn't be able to support the supreme artifact's awakening before they were drained. However, at this time, Gu Changa was still holding on. This strength and perseverance made them admire him. Young Master Changa is willing to do this for the sake of the world. This righteousness is worthy of all of our admiration. Some young geniuses' eyes were full of admiration, and even some fanaticism. Hearing about it was one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes was another. They couldn't help but feel their blood boil. At this time, the three supreme sages seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. They looked at each other, and their expressions suddenly changed. Oh no, at this time we can only leave first. There's something strange about this guy. If we stay here, we'll probably attract other ancient existences. We can't delay any longer." Hearing their words, many of the younger generation breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the three supreme sages would go crazy and bury all of them here, asking for fresh flowers. "Successor, we need to leave quickly. We can't stay here for long." Then the three supreme sages directly took action and forcibly took Ing Shuang away. Although Ing Shuang's expression was still angry and cold, it was difficult for her to break free. Behind them, they disappeared quickly. Even the power of the golden ancient bell that shrouded all directions dissipated quickly, leaving behind a pile of ashes and ruins. At this time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that they had survived a disaster and no longer felt the sense of crisis. They were even more grateful to Gu Changa. If it wasn't for him, all of them would have died here today. Gu Changa watched the scene of Ing Shuang being taken away, but he didn't stop them, nor did he chase after them. Then he just withdrew the divine seal that was floating in the chaotic fog. This was naturally the celestial seal, but Gu Changa used a method to conceal its true aura, so no one would recognize it. Then he glanced at Yu, shook his head, and sighed, "It's a pity, young Master Gu, you've done your best. I didn't expect Ing Shuang to have such an organization behind her. What happened today is really too shocking." Yu hurriedly said, asking Gu Changa not to blame himself. She was very touched. No matter if Gu Changa suddenly saved her, or if he stepped forward bravely to fight against the three supreme sages, it was worth it. At this time, the people of Sky Emperor Mountain also came forward and thanked Gu Changa. What an eventful time! Gu Changa nodded when he heard that, and his expression was somewhat emotional. As he spoke, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, staining his clothes. It was as if he had forcefully activated the supreme weapon and damaged his origin. "Young Master Gu, young Master Changa, how are your injuries? I have a lot of healing medicine here. I have some here too." "I have some too." This scene made everyone's hearts clench. They were extremely concerned and spoke one after another. "It's fine. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine." Gu Changa smiled slightly. His expression was very natural as he waved his hand at the crowd. Then Yi Langtian, Wang Wushuang, Qiling, and the others also came to catch up with him. They still had lingering fears. Very soon, what happened here quickly spread. It couldn't help but shake the entire ultimate Yin battlefield. Even the Nansheng heaven outside and many heavens in the upper realm were shaken. The various orthodoxies were furious. This was especially true when quite a few of their younger generation experts lost their lives in this place. This caused a huge commotion. Among them, the most furious ones were the Qilin clan of the demon realm and the Endless Fire Nation. The appearance of the inheritor of the demonic art, who activated the supreme weapon and slaughtered the sky prides of various clans in the ultimate Yin battlefield, caused a terrifying wave, causing countless cultivators to be angry, uneasy, and fearful. During this incident, the forbidden demonic art faction behind Prince Ing also surfaced, causing countless people to be shocked and fearful. After all, those were three great sages. If young Master Changa hadn't arrived in time, perhaps everyone would have died. No one would have survived. This caused countless cultivators to feel uneasy and fearful. Prince Ing was truly ruthless. During this incident, Gu Changa's reputation once again reached a peak. After all, he was the one who made a move in the end and saved many young cultivators at that time. This made countless people feel grateful. After this incident, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain immediately issued a decree, stating that Prince Ing had nothing to do with it. Everything that happened was caused by Prince Ing alone. Of course, although such a decree was issued, it still couldn't calm the public's anger. Many orthodoxies went to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain to seek justice. For a time, there were undercurrents surging all over the upper realm. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On a deserted mountain in the ultimate Een battlefield, Gu Changa stood with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering in the wind. His figure stood there, looking down with a calm and indifferent expression. "Master, the matter has been done according to your instructions. After Prince Ing was taken away by us, we randomly found a deserted place and threw him there, leaving him to fend for himself. We also said that someone would come looking for him later, so he shouldn't be anxious." The three great sages were standing respectfully behind him, reporting what happened later. Although they were puppets, they had a certain level of intelligence. After they were refined, they were destined to not betray Gu Changa. Therefore, Gu Changa wasn't worried at all. After breaking off relations with the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Ing Shuang's providence points are almost depleted. Now he's just an unlucky person. I hope my guess is right. Without the devil organization, he can't carry anything. Otherwise, we can only kill him and see if he drops anything. Gu Changa nodded, his expression showing that he was deep in thought. In the eyes of many, Ing Shuang was actually taken away by the devil organization. Therefore, Gu Changa could completely eliminate him. Even if Ing Shuang died, he could still continue to take the blame. However, Gu Changa didn't do that. If he wanted to lure the devil organization out, he still needed Ing Shuang as bait. Next, we can consider who the inheritor of the devil arts is. Gu Changa couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Logically speaking, the information he asked Yanji to investigate should have some results by now. At the same time, Nanxing sky in a magnificent pavilion. I wonder what Princess Mingkong is looking for me for. After leaving the absolute Een battlefield, Ingyu, who looked a little haggard, was here. Her silver eyes looked straight at the beautiful woman in front of her and couldn't help but frown. She couldn't stand the other party's gaze and feeling of superiority. She felt that the person in front of her wasn't a woman. Instead, it was a peerlessly beautiful empress who looked down on the world. Although she was the daughter of Emperor Ing and had a respected status, she couldn't help but feel inferior in front of the other party. Ingyu didn't know why Yu Mingkong was looking for her. During this period of time, she was very busy because of Ing Shuang's matter. "Of course, I'm looking for you for something. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't have any extra feelings for Gu Changa. I'm saving you, but I'm also warning you." At this time, Yu Mingkong finally spoke. Her voice was calm. After sizing up the woman who Gu Changa saved the beauty, she retracted her gaze. Her eyes were calm and deep. Chapter 262. It was very quiet in the pavilion, other than the people from Tianhuang Mountain. Only Yu Mingkong was sitting there alone. At this moment, her expression was calm and tranquil, otherworldly and otherworldly. Her entire person seemed to be carved out of the best mutton fat jade. She wore a loose robe and her face was like a painting. There was no makeup on her face, and her long black hair was tied up with a simple jade hairpin. Other than that, she did not have any other accessories, but it was enough to make any girl pale in front of her. The aura of a peerless empress made the people from Tianhuang Mountain not dare to underestimate her. They had to treat her seriously. And on the other hand, Yu Mingkong was Gu Changa's fiancé. During this period of time, Gu Changa appeared in the Een battlefield and saved the beauty. The news of him saving Ingyu was spread everywhere, making many girls envious. Today, Yu Mingkong's sudden warning made the people from Tianhuang Mountain bitterly smile. They guessed that it was related to this matter, but they also knew that the other party was not unreasonable. There were some things that they should not think about. Gu Changa was incomparably outstanding. If he did not have an engagement, it would be fine. But if he did, their young miss would not have any good feelings for him in the end, because this was destined to be something that would not end well. Princess Mingkong, what do you mean by saying this? Could it be that you are afraid that I will steal your fiancé? At this time, Ingyu also understood the meaning behind Yu Mingkong's words. She immediately frowned and asked. She chose to oppose her because she did not like the other party's casual attitude of controlling everything. As a girl of the heavens, She did not want to lower her head in front of her at this time. She did have a good impression of Gu Changa, but Yu Mingkong did not give her face by saying this. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong shook her head. Her expression was calm, beautiful, and lustrous. Her words were the same as before. There was no fluctuation in her tone. I am saving you, and it is also for your own good. If you do not want to feel pain in the future, then stay away from Gu Changa. As for taking him away... Speaking of this, she was slightly mocking and dismissive. From the beginning to the end, she was not worried that any woman would be able to enter Gu Changa's eyes. She was very possessive, but it depended on the person. Some women were destined to be Gu Changa's chess pieces and could not threaten her at all. She had originally pitied him and kindly advised him. As for whether or not he appreciated her kindness, she did not care. She had said all that she needed to say. If Ingyu continued to sink deeper and deeper, she would be the one who would be hurt in the end. Prince Ing became the inheritor of the demonic arts and became the enemy of the entire world. The siblings turned against each other and became enemies. She didn't believe that Gu Changa hadn't done anything during this period of time. Moreover, it was very likely that all of this was caused by Gu Changa. If Ingyu found out the truth in the future, what would she do? He probably couldn't wait to kill Gu Changa. At that time, with Gu Changa's temperament, he would not show mercy to Ingyu. Yu Mingkong wanted to avoid this disaster, so she came to warn her. As for whether Ingyu would think that she was jealous or not, Yu Mingkong did not care. However, Yu Mingkong did not know that Ing Shuang had already been taken over by a horse feeder and exchanged identities. For Gu Changa, he was not the least bit afraid that Ingyu would find out the truth. What do you mean by that? Ingyu frowned. She did not understand why Yu Mingkong looked at her with a slightly pitiful expression. However, Yu Mingkong did not continue to speak, nor did she pay any attention to her. She was as silent as a female immortal. Her eyes were distant and had an indescribable expression. Seeing that Yu Mingkong did not say anything else, Ingyu took a deep breath and calmed down. Young Master Gu has helped me and the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. I will think of a way to repay him. As for the other matters, Princess Mingkong, you worry too much. With that, she planned to get up and leave. Yu Mingkong nodded. It's good that you know this. Oh, Mingkong, you're here? You made me look for you. However, at this moment, a slight sound came from below the pavilion, followed by the sound of footsteps. The person who came was wearing a moon-white robe. He had a tall and straight figure and a gentle smile on his face. Behind him were many followers with powerful auras. It was Gu Changa. During this period of time, the Yin battlefield had not been peaceful at all. He might as well leave and find out the true identity of the inheritor of the demonic arts first. Furthermore, Gu Changa knew that Yu Mingkong had come to southern Shengtian. Coincidentally, he had some matters to discuss with her. Speaking of which, after getting rid of the human ancestor in the previous trip to the lower realm, the next child of destiny should not appear very soon. However, according to the system's notification, the appearance of the female demon in red seemed to be something unavoidable. Therefore, Gu Changa planned to get some information from Yu Mingkong. Perhaps she would know something. At this moment, Ingyu, who was about to leave, was slightly stunned when she heard this voice. Then, she could not help but stop in her tracks. She did not know if Gu Changa had heard the conversation between her and Yu Mingkong. Young Master Gu, young Master Changa. The people from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain hurriedly bowed to Gu Changa. Their expressions were very respectful. Gu Changa nodded slightly and swept his gaze across everyone. Only then did he look at Yu Mingkong, who had been sitting at the back. The smile at the corner of his mouth was somewhat interesting. Ingyu did not know if it was her imagination. Yu Mingkong, who had been very calm and composed, suddenly seemed a little flustered and unnatural at this moment. It was as if she had been caught doing something wrong in front of Gu Changa. However, this trace of emotion quickly disappeared. Yu Mingkong's expression returned to normal. Changa, why are you looking for me? She was the first to speak. She was slightly surprised, but other than that, she was not surprised at all. She was not surprised at all by Gu Changa's sudden appearance. Although this was the first time the two of them had met since the banquet at the Gu family, Yu Mingkong was very clear that during the trip to the heavenly stellar realm, her whereabouts had actually been monitored by Gu Changa. However, Gu Changa had never appeared. Today he took the initiative to look for her because of Ingyu. Was he afraid that she would ruin his plan? Yu Mingkong was slightly puzzled. I want to see you. Do I need a reason for that? Gu Changa smiled casually and walked to her side very naturally. Then, under everyone's gaze, he gently held her soft hand, looking like a very loving old couple. This scene made the people of Heavenly Emperor Mountain smile bitterly in their hearts. Ingyu also did not expect that Gu Changa would do such a thing in front of everyone. In her opinion, this was no different from Gu Changa telling her that he only had Yu Mingkong in his heart. For a moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. However, this feeling quickly dissipated. Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned. Her cold and flawless gem-like eyes stared at Gu Changa and said, "Are you afraid that I will be jealous and deal with this little girl?" If it was in the past, she would definitely feel embarrassed by Gu Changa's actions. However, after knowing that Gu Changa liked to tease her, she did not care, because in front of this guy, the more shy she appeared, the more he liked to tease her. Therefore, she could not let him succeed. Gu Changa shook his head, his smile never diminishing. "I know you are sensible. You won't care about this kind of thing. So don't scare me anymore." At this point, he turned around and smiled at the puzzled Ingyu. "Mingkong has always been very jealous. Every time another woman appears by my side, she will always be like this." Gu Changa, Yu Mingkong suddenly interrupted him, looking a little angry. Gu Changa clearly knew that she didn't mean that, but he still said so. Did he think that it was not noisy enough? Hearing this, Ingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hurriedly said, "Young Master Gu, please rest assured. I will not take such a small matter to heart. Since you and Princess Mingkong have met, I, as an outsider, will not join in the fun. Next time, if there's a chance, I will definitely invite young Master Gu to Heavenly Emperor Mountain for a chat. We'll take our leave first." With that, she led the people of Heavenly Emperor Mountain and left, not staying any longer. "Missing you, take care." Gu Changa had a faint smile on his face as he watched them leave. After they left, the smile on Gu Changa's face gradually disappeared as he dismissed everyone. Then he looked at Yu Mingkong with interest and asked, "Mingkong, are you worried that I will hurting you? In your heart, I am actually such a heartless and cold person." He naturally knew that Yu Mingkong wouldn't be jealous over such a thing. At most, she was trying to persuade Ingyu out of kindness. However, to Gu Changa, this was just a small matter. To him, Ingyu was just a chess piece that he could casually use. In fact, she was not much different from Ing Shuang. No matter how one looked at it, they were far inferior to Yu Mingkong's position in his heart. To you, she is just a chess piece, but to her, you are her savior and her object of admiration. She is also a pitiful person. Yu Mingkong replied softly. She did mention that Gu Changa schemed against Ing Shuang, causing Ingyu and Ing Shuang to become enemies. Although she didn't see it with her own eyes, she knew that this matter was definitely related to Gu Changa. Gu Changa smiled. "Chess piece or not, it doesn't matter. I only know that you are jealous." Yu Mingkong stared at him. "If I am jealous, will you consider my feelings?" "No." Gu Changa was very calm. Yu Mingkong gently rolled her eyes, too lazy to pay attention to him. However, the two of them tacitly didn't mention anything about the lower realm. Yu Mingkong's cultivation had increased a lot because of the few Nirvana green lotus seeds that Gu Changa left behind. Even if she was facing an ancient freak, she could still fight with her cultivation without using any other means. "It seems that during this time, you don't miss your husband at all?" Then, Gu Changa noticed her expression. Suddenly he sighed, seemingly a little sad. When I knew that you came to southern Xinjiang, I was quite happy. In the end, Mingkong, you are actually too lazy to care about your husband. Do you know how sad this makes your husband? Hearing this, Yu Mingkong stared at him coldly. She didn't speak, as if her words were as precious as gold. After all, she knew Gu Changa's character very well. She knew that at this time he was only teasing her, so she couldn't do as he wished. Gu Changa also seemed to be very helpless at this time. He continued to sigh. Mingkong, you have changed. You don't even care about your husband now. Yu Mingkong's expression was calm. There was no trace of emotion on her peerless face. Her eyes were as clear as water as she stared at Gu Changa. That expression seemed to say, I want to see how you are going to pretend now. But in the next moment, Gu Changa suddenly reached out and carried her by the waist, directly going into the depths of the pavilion. Changa! Yu Mingkong was shocked by his actions and softly exclaimed. It was difficult to remain calm like before. After all, it was broad daylight. Gu Changa said with a calm expression, Now you know to call me, but you forced me to do this. Call me husband, and I will let you go, husband. At this time, Yu Mingkong was very obedient. Her appearance was actually somewhat obedient. She knew that she was no match for Gu Changa, so she didn't struggle in vain. I was just teasing you. You really believed it. Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh. Yu Mingkong couldn't help but grind her teeth. No matter how good her state of mind was, she was still very angry at this time. Soon after, an earth-shattering battle broke out. Runes flashed, the palace glowed, the mountains shook, and many buildings collapsed, turning into ruins. Many cultivators were shocked and wanted to find out what was going on. However, they were driven away by Gu Changa's followers in the distance. They were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat, knowing that this was not something they could investigate. The inheritor of the demonic arts, Prince, is this true? Or is there something wrong? At the same time, in a very remote ancient city in Nanxing Heaven, in a quiet mansion, a white-robed woman wearing a veil sat upright on a stone chair, murmuring softly. Her facial features were exquisite. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her brows were like distant pearls. Although she wore a veil, it was difficult to conceal her otherworldly and cold temperament. How could there be another inheritor of the demonic arts? According to memory, isn't there only one inheritor of the demonic arts in every generation? She seemed to be murmuring softly, but it looked more like she was talking to someone. Could it be that there is some unknown problem in this generation? That's impossible. At this time, a cold sneer suddenly sounded in her mind, with a terrifying demonic and evil feeling. Then why? The white-robed woman couldn't help but frown, as if she still couldn't figure it out. Could it be that this inheritor of the demonic arts is a fake? But a while ago, it was also a hot topic. No matter in Dao Heaven Ancient City or Immortal Ancient Continent, traces of the inheritor of the demonic arts have appeared. It was the same in Longevity Gu family not long ago. Could it be that there was a mistake? Her voice was full of confusion. She couldn't figure it out. We don't have to worry about that. Anyway, with this inheritor of the demonic arts at the center of the storm, it's much more convenient for us to do things. We don't have to sneak around like before. In the white-robed woman's mind, that monstrous voice sounded again. That's right. If we want to get a spot to enter Immortal Academy, we need a lot of points. The land of extreme, Een, seems to be quite chaotic recently. It's a good opportunity for us. Speaking of this, a complicated look appeared in the white-robed woman's eyes, as if she thought of something. What's wrong? Right now, the inheritor of the demonic arts is that Prince. It has nothing to do with us. As long as we act discreetly, no one will notice anything unusual. In her mind, the voice filled with demonic nature sounded again, as if it was comforting her. The white-robed woman nodded, but her expression was still complicated. At this time, after a pause, the voice filled with demonic nature spoke again. Actually, as long as we are a little bolder, with that Gu Changa's trust in you, as long as we devour him, with his talent we can— Shut up! Hearing this, the white-robed woman's eyes suddenly turned cold. A terrifying power appeared on her body, causing the voice in her mind to stop abruptly, as if it didn't want to have a conflict with it. How many times have I told you not to mention this? Otherwise, you know that with my current ability, I can devour you completely. The white-robed woman's voice returned to its cold calm, but the words she said made the other voice in her mind fall silent, as if it was afraid. But soon, the voice sounded again, feeling very unsatisfied. You are the inheritor of the demonic arts, destined to stand on the opposite side of everyone in this world. Do you really want to be a servant girl who pours tea and peels fruit in front of him for the rest of your life? You should know that Gu Changa has never treated you as his woman. In his eyes, you are at most a plaything. When he is in a good mood, he will tease you, but when he is in a bad mood, he will not pay attention to you at all. Su Chinga, you are such a smart person. You should know what Gu Changa has done during this time. If you let him know that you are the inheritor of the demonic arts, do you think he will let you go? No, not only will he not do that, he will kill you with his own hands. Shut up. Although the young master is not a good person, he will not do such a thing. I know him very well. The white-robed woman's voice was cold and angry, as well as a trace of confusion and slight trembling. It was as if she couldn't believe it, even if she said it. Haha, you are a woman who thinks too much. Do you really think that you are important in Gu Changa's heart? If you are, why did he bring you back to the upper realm for so long, throw you to the primordium demonic sect, and no longer care about you after that? You should know that we both feel the same way. What I think is also what you think. It is just that you don't dare to say it, but I do. If you insist that Gu Changa will stand on your side, then go tell him that you are the inheritor of the demonic arts. See what he will do. Shut up! Hearing this, the white-robed woman's expression suddenly became as cold as ice. Terrifying demonic chi flowed on her jade-like body, as if it could devour everything in the world. Seeing that she was about to explode, the voice in her mind gradually calmed down and no longer spoke. At this moment, the white-robed woman could not help but have a confused and troubled expression on her face. Indeed, weren't those words just now exactly what she was thinking in her heart? Chapter 263. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The entire southern sky was in turmoil because of the inheritor of the demonic arts. The Qilin clan and the Endless Fire Nation were the most furious. During this period, they had been sending people to search for the inheritor of the demonic arts. After all, the three great sages couldn't have taken Prince Ing far away. They believed that Prince Ing was still in southern sky, but they didn't know where he was hiding. Meanwhile, Prince Ing had become a target of scorn. Almost every day, cultivators and living beings could be seen searching for him, although Heavenly Emperor Mountain had claimed that Prince Ing had nothing to do with them. The news of Prince Ing using the Golden Ancient Bell to kill many young paragons still spread, causing a huge commotion. This grudge could not be washed away simply by saying that Prince Ing had nothing to do with it. Heavenly Emperor Mountain had suffered a lot during this period. Although it was the sacred ground of the 10,000 immemorial tribes and had a transcendent status and was worshipped by the 10,000 immemorial tribes, many orthodoxies still came to seek justice. In the end, they couldn't help but compensate a lot of things to settle this grudge. Heavenly Emperor Mountain also paid a huge price. They hated Prince Ing to the core. During this period, another prince was born in Heavenly Emperor Mountain. He was called the Divine Prince. On the day of the Divine Prince's birth, there were billions of rays of light and thousands of colorful lights. Phantoms of true dragons, white tigers, and immortal phoenixes all descended. Countless golden divine lotuses bloomed in the void. An ancient heavenly emperor chariot descended from heaven and earth. It was as if a young heavenly emperor had descended. Many cultivators were familiar with the divine prince. His father was a heavenly emperor who was many times older than Heavenly Emperor Ing. He was called the Heavenly Emperor of God by the 10,000 immemorial tribes. The divine prince had the blood of God in his body. His eyes were five-colored and were known as the eyes of God. He could see through everything in the world. When the divine prince was born, he immediately ordered to suppress Heavenly Emperor Ying's bloodline. Then he used all kinds of powerful methods to intimidate everyone. At the same time, he spread the word that he would personally capture and suppress Prince Ying to wash away the humiliation of Heavenly Emperor Mountain. This news immediately shook everyone. Without a doubt, the strength of the divine prince would not be weaker than any of the ancient freaks. His words carried an indescribable weight. Meanwhile, during this period of time, in True Immortal Academy's location, there were old monsters who descended, arriving at the Een Absolute battlefield. They wanted to retrace the scene of that time, feeling that there were some problems with this matter. However, even these old antiques didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. They couldn't see what had happened at that time. This could only mean that the inheritor of the demonic arts was extremely cautious. If not for the clues left behind by the Qilin Sun, everyone would still be in the dark about Prince Ying's true face. All kinds of news about this spread from all over the world. Then, because of the appearance of the inheritor of the demonic arts in the Een End battlefield, the True Immortal Academy was finally open to the outside world. All the young existences who killed Een-terminating life spirits in the Een-terminating battlefield could go there to exchange for points and obtain a spot to enter the True Immortal Academy. All of a sudden, Nanxing Heaven was in an uproar again. The group of young cultivators who were originally uneasy because of the appearance of the demonic art inheritance in the absolute Een battlefield also took the initiative to leave after killing the absolute Een spirit. They were afraid that they would be targeted by the inheritor of the demonic art. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Een End battlefield, Gu Changa's figure appeared from the void. This was the third day since he had parted ways with Yu Mingkong. During this time, his cultivation had also broken through to mid-stage Absolute Saint. Because of the great Tao treasure bottle refining the seal of samsara, the speed of his breakthrough was much faster than usual. For most Absolute Saints, it would take tens of thousands of years to break through even a small realm. He had indeed obtained a lot of information from Yu Mingkong in a roundabout way. The red-robed female demon seemed to have something to do with the Fiend Burial Abyss that would appear soon. As the name suggested, the Fiend Burial Abyss was where the true demons of the 9 heavens were buried. Since ancient times, many great demons had been killed there. Over time, this name had been given to it. The location of the Fiend Burial Abyss was difficult to describe clearly. Because it was constantly changing, it wasn't always fixed. Some ancient existences asserted that the depths of the Fiend Burial Abyss was actually an unknown sealed space. Even the legendary 9 Nether Underworld wouldn't be as deep as the Fiend Burial Abyss. Even the most ancient immortals couldn't climb out of the Fiend Burial Abyss after being struck down. However, the location of the Fiend Burial Abyss involved the Golden Cicada Temple. The Golden Cicada Temple was a mysterious temple at the peak of Buddha Mountain. For countless years, only a handful of people had seen the Golden Cicada Temple. However, the Buddhas of the Golden Cicada Temple had all made a name for themselves in the outside world. Their mighty Buddhist aura was enough to intimidate everyone. The Golden Cicada Temple would send a monk every generation called the Abyss Keeper. The Abyss Keeper guarded the hanging ghost temple above the Fiend Burial Abyss. He was responsible for guarding the changes in the Fiend Burial Abyss. Gu Changa learned from Yu Mingkong that there would be a riot in the Fiend Burial Abyss soon, destroying the hanging ghost temple above. This generation's Abyss Keeper would be buried there, causing chaos in the world. Yu Mingkong didn't say it directly at that time, but Gu Changa guessed it. The riot in the Fiend Burial Abyss is probably related to the red-robed female demon. The first thing she'll do when she comes out is to seek revenge on me. With my current strength, I don't have much chance of winning against her. However, With such a force behind me, I don't need to be afraid of her. According to the usual routine, this type of female demon with overflowing demonic aura will not be very clear-headed after she comes out. This is a good opportunity for me. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Gu Changa's mind. He had a bold idea in his mind. Release the demon. As the saying goes, it's better to let go than to block. Now he already knew in advance where the red-robed female demon was likely to be born, and also knew the timing of her birth. Why not take the initiative to go? After all, there was a big difference between his current self and his previous self. Gu Changa wasn't afraid that the red-robed female demon would notice anything unusual. The only thing he had to pay attention to now was how to go and find a suitable excuse. A place like the Fiend Burial Abyss was not a place where ordinary people could go. Even if he went, he would be noticed by the monks of the Ghost Temple. Therefore, Gu Changa was still thinking of a foolproof plan. As for the consequences of releasing the demon, he didn't think about it. Even if he didn't do this, the red-robed female demon would be born sooner or later. As for sealing her again, wouldn't that mean that his luck points and fate points would be gone? Gu Changa didn't even consider sealing her again. And this kind of thing, if he failed, it would definitely cause even more terrifying consequences. The red-robed female demon hated him to such an extent that even the deepest hell wouldn't be able to erase her hatred. Now he still had to seal her again. His thoughts gradually returned. Then Gu Changa swept his gaze across the space in front of him that had obviously been completely corroded by the interminating aura. His eyes darkened. This was an area very deep from the interminating battlefield. In terms of distance, it was at least 1,000,000 miles away. In the space in front of him, he could see many magnificent mountains. However, because of the corrosion of the interminating aura, there was no sign of life. The outline of a large force could be vaguely seen here. The buildings, pavilions, palaces, and divine halls were all beautiful, but now they were all in ruins, collapsed in the dense, interminating aura. Not a single cultivator could be seen here. Only the interminating living beings kept appearing, and they were very powerful. They had already reached the Divine King realm, or even the Quasi-Sage realm. If the younger generation dared to come here, they would die in minutes. Gu Changa naturally didn't come here to kill the interminating living beings. It was because he sensed the imprint left on Wang Zijin's body, and knew that she had come to the depths. As the successor of the human ancestor's palace, it's very likely that she can find the core area of the interminating sky. It'll be much more convenient with her scouting the way for me. Gu Changa had such thoughts. The location of the core area of the interminating sky had yet to be determined. It was actually impossible for Gu Changa to refine the entire interminating sky now. However, he could try to refine a part of it first. With this experience, he would have more confidence in finding the true location of the interminating sky. Soon, Gu Changa's figure disappeared again. He hid in the void with the spatial technique, so he wasn't worried that Wang Zijin would detect him immediately. On the other side, the depths of the interminating sky were not quiet. The mountains and earth were shaking, and even the sky seemed to be about to explode. The surging and vast, interminating aura intertwined and filled the air here like a great fog. There was a crack that looked like a deep abyss there. Light rushed into the sky, and runes bloomed and intertwined in the sky. There was a supreme technique and divine ability evolving. The divine might of a quasi-sage erupted. It carried an unparalleled force and bombarded the tide-like, interminating living beings. There was a faint golden pagoda floating in the void, intertwining with terrifying divine light that crushed in all directions. A slender figure with a skirt fluttering in the wind stood proudly under the sky. Her face was cold, and her hair danced in the wind. She was fighting with the tide-like, interminating living beings, as if she wanted to wipe them out completely. Jiang Chuchu, are you crazy? You want to block this gap? With your current strength, you can't do it at all. Behind this slender figure, Wang Zijin was also attacking. She shouted at Jiang Chuchu in front of her, and kept slapping away the een-terminating living beings that were charging at her. But there were too many een-terminating living beings here. In the sky, the crack in the sky was shrouded in thick gray fog. It poured down like a dam had been opened. It was impossible for the two of them to kill so many een-terminating living beings with just their strength. Not to mention that there were many sage-level living beings that were extremely difficult to deal with. And at this time, there seemed to be an even more powerful aura awakening behind the crack. The existence of the land of extreme een was not something that they could contend against in the first place. But for some reason, Jiang Chu didn't know what was wrong with her. She didn't look for the reincarnation of the human ancestor, nor did she deal with the inheritor of demonic arts. Instead, she came to the een-terminating sky. It was as if killing the een-terminating living beings was her only way to cleanse the world and restore the human ancestor's palace. This caused Wang Zijin to be puzzled. She had no idea why Jiang Chu was acting like this. As the successor of the human ancestor's palace, although she had the responsibility of protecting the world's justice, she didn't need to go to this extent. Wang Zijin, go back. This is my business. I don't need you to interfere. At this time, hearing Wang Zijin's voice from behind, Jiang Chu also spoke. She looked back. Her expression was very calm, and she didn't regret anything. Actually, at this time, one could see that her fatigue wasn't as natural as it looked. Her dress was also stained with blood. She didn't relax at all in this battle. Wang Zijin couldn't understand her. Now that the human ancestor was dead, the inheritor of demonic arts, Gu Chang'e, was free and unfettered. She couldn't do anything about this. So Jiang Chu thought that the only thing she could do was to come here and kill the een-terminating living beings. This could be considered worthy of her current status. When the time came, even if she died here, she wouldn't let down her master's kindness in raising her. What do you mean it's your business? I'm also the successor of the human ancestor's palace, okay? Why is your brain so stubborn? Can't you think it through? Do you really want to die here? Wang Zijin shouted speechlessly. She felt that the current Jiang Chu was like those resentful women who had been abandoned in her previous life. She couldn't listen to reason at all. No matter how she tried to persuade her, Jiang Chu didn't care. She wholeheartedly wanted to kill these een-terminating living beings. She clearly couldn't hold on much longer. Now the inheritor of demonic arts has been found. Why didn't you go deal with him? Instead, you came here to waste your energy and time. I don't know what you're thinking. Wang Zijin took out a Dharma artifact. Its divine power was vast and mighty, illuminating the world in a dazzling light. She was still trying to persuade her. If it really didn't work, she thought of a way to knock Jiang Chu unconscious and take her away. However, the difference in strength between the two of them wasn't that big. If she used her trump card, it might have the opposite effect. After all, it would be difficult to control her. If I had called Gu Chang'e, who was thinking of a way, things might be different now. However, he doesn't seem to care about Jiang Chu's life or death. It's probably useless to call him. Wang Zijin was a little troubled. With her personality, she couldn't just ignore it. Inheritor of demonic arts, hearing these words, Jiang Chu, who was fighting a saint-level een-terminating living being, was suddenly stunned. Then, a trace of cold hatred appeared in her eyes. She almost gnashed her teeth in anger. However, she was stunned for a moment. She was hit by the saint-level een-terminating living being and was directly sent flying. She vomited large mouthfuls of blood in the void. Clearly, she was severely injured. In fact, she had also reached the point where her magic power was exhausted. She naturally knew who the inheritor of demonic arts that Wang Zijin was talking about was. Prince Ing was just an unlucky person who had to take the blame. The true inheritor of demonic arts, Gu Chang'e, was actually still free and easy. No one even knew his true face. No one knew that the human ancestor had actually died in Gu Chang'e's hands and would never reappear in the world again. Jiang Chuchu's feelings toward Gu Chang'e were extremely complicated. If she said that she hated him, she definitely hated him to the bone. However, she just couldn't forget him. She couldn't forget his expression and tone that day. She also couldn't forget his various actions. She couldn't forget his cold, heartless, and irresponsible attitude. Be careful! At this moment, she saw that Jiang Chuchu seemed to be in a daze as she stood on the spot, ignoring the large group of terminating living beings behind her. Wang Zijin's expression couldn't help but change. She took out a crystal-clear mirror and placed it in front of her, wanting to block the attack for her. However, during this period of time, Jiang Chuchu had killed many terminating living beings and was contaminated with a very strong terminating aura. A large group of terminating living beings' eyes turned red. They swarmed forward with incomparable hatred, wanting to drown her. She reacted, but it was already too late. She hastily resisted, but was instantly sent flying with injuries on her body. Boom! At this moment, the heavenly abyss in the sky exploded again. An even more terrifying aura swept down. Suddenly, an incomparably huge gray palm stretched out from within. It was wrapped in gray fog and didn't look like a human. However, its aura was that of a saint. This made Wang Zijin's expression change again. She didn't expect that it had already affected an absolute saint terminating living being. This was no longer something that she and Jiang Chuchu could casually contend against. If they didn't run now, it would be even more difficult for them to escape if a saint terminating living being appeared later. Jiang Chuchu, don't be silly. If you stay here, you'll die here, Wang Zijin couldn't help but shout. She looked a little anxious as she noticed that the huge palm wrapped in thick gray fog was descending. It was about to smash Jiang Chuchu into a bloody mist. At this moment, Jiang Chuchu didn't seem to have reacted. However, when she did, this terrifying huge palm had already landed in front of her. The terrifying terminating aura was about to engulf her. She couldn't help but turn pale. Although she had already prepared herself for death, how could she remain calm when faced with it? However, at this moment, she realized that it wasn't her sect that appeared in her mind. It was actually Gu Chang 663's face that she hated to the bone. Buzz! Suddenly, a sudden sword cry sounded between heaven and earth. The light was like the chaotic light that broke through everything. It carried a vast sword aura that crossed the sky, part of the gray fog, and directly descended. Boundless, murderous, intent, soared into the sky. Poof! Accompanied by a scream, the terrifying giant gray palm was broken in the middle and then shattered into pieces in the void. Then, the sword didn't stop moving. It was like a bronze, immortal sword that slashed down from the universe. Its sharp aura was enough to split open the universe. It slashed straight into the terrifying heavenly abyss. Countless terminating living beings didn't even have time to scream before they were shattered under this sword light and turned into ashes. Wang Zijin looked in the direction where the sword light fell in shock. In the void, a young man with an indifferent expression walked over. He shook his finger and raised his hand. A ray of sword light flickered in his palm. Gu Chang'e, why are you here? After regaining her senses, Wang Zijin asked in shock. She never expected that Gu Chang'e would actually appear here in the end. At the critical moment, he even saved Jiang Chuchu. Moreover, why was his attack so terrifying? Perhaps he had already touched the level of the absolute saint? Was this Gu Chang'e's true strength? He had indeed hidden his strength too well. Saintess Zijin, Gu Chang'e looked at her and nodded. Then he couldn't help but frown. He didn't explain why he was here. However, Wang Zijin also guessed that it was probably for the land of extreme Yin. No, could it be for Jiang Chuchu? However, Gu Chang'e didn't let her imagination run wild. He said, casually, the land of extreme Yin has appeared. I have to come and take a look. Maybe I can do something. In fact, he had been here for a while. It was just that he didn't expect Jiang Chuchu to be so suicidal. That was why he couldn't help but make a move. Although he said that he didn't care about her life and death, it was one thing to say and another to do. Gu Changa didn't really intend to leave her alone. After all, Jiang Chuchu had a relationship with him. For a woman who was related to him and couldn't threaten him, he couldn't just leave her in the lurch. However, Wang Zijin didn't believe him after hearing what he said. After all, unless there was something wrong with his brain, who would come to such a place? It was even more impossible for a powerless and unflattering person like Gu Changa to come. But he came. It was very likely that it was for Jiang Chuchu. Something unknown might have happened between the two of them. As for her, she still had some self-awareness. She couldn't seduce him. Gu Changa. At this moment, Jiang Chuchu also reacted and noticed the young man walking over. Wasn't that Gu Changa? At the critical moment, he was the one who saved her. This made Jiang Chuchu a little stunned. But soon, a cold look appeared in her eyes. She stared at Gu Changa. Didn't you say that my life and death has nothing to do with you? Why did you save me? I don't need you to save me. However, Gu Changa didn't seem to notice her. His eyes were very dark, and he was still looking up at the terrifying, heavenly abyss in the sky. There were still a large number of terminating creatures surging out from it. If he guessed correctly, it was connected to the real terminating sky. Hearing Jiang Chuchu's words, Wang Zijin immediately revealed an expression of watching a melon. There was indeed something between the two of them. Otherwise, Jiang Chuchu wouldn't say such a thing. It seemed that Gu Changa had abandoned her. Gu Changa, seeing that Gu Changa was completely ignoring her, Jiang Chuchu shouted again. Her expression was very cold, and she was almost gnashing her teeth. At this moment, Gu Changa's gaze fell on her. His expression was calm, without much fluctuation. Even if you want to die, don't die in front of me. You're an eyesore. Chapter 264. Hearing Gu Changa's words, not to mention Jiang Chuchu, even Wang Zijin couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. You? Jiang Chuchu stared at Gu Changa and couldn't help but widen her eyes again, as if she hadn't reacted yet. However, Gu Changa's expression was still as calm as water, without the slightest ripple. Anyone could feel the coldness in his heart of stone. Do I need to say what I'm saying again? He stared at Jiang Chuchu again and said calmly, Even if you want to die, don't die in front of me. Do you really think that I'm here to save you? Ridiculous. What are you still fantasizing about at this time? Do you need me to repeat what I said at that time? Jiang Chuchu, you still can't change your self-righteous nature. Do you really think that your death will affect me in any way? There was a hint of mockery in his expression, and his tone was not polite at all. He was just short of pointing at Jiang Chuchu's nose and scolding her for thinking too much. Gu Changa, you bastard! When Jiang Chuchu reacted, she couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. Her body trembled slightly, and her expression was full of hatred and became colder and colder. She did think that Gu Changa had come here to save her just now. According to Gu Changa's temperament when she was with him before, Gu Changa said that he didn't care about her life or death. But when it really involved her life or death, it was impossible for him to ignore her. However, what Gu Changa said now could be said to have shattered her fantasy. And it was the merciless kind that didn't leave her any face at all. Her death indeed had no effect on Gu Changa, and there was even one less person in this world who knew his true identity. Gu Changa couldn't be happier. I'm indeed a bastard. So are you done scolding me? If you're done, you can scram. You're really an eyesore standing in front of me. I've never seen someone as stupid as you. Do you have a brain but don't know how to use it? Gu Changa interrupted her. He looked even more indifferent than Jiang Chuchu. You scolded me. Jiang Chuchu suddenly froze. For a moment she was at a loss. She wanted to curse at Gu Changa, but she couldn't help but swallow it down. But in her heart, there was an inconceivable feeling of grievance. What right does Gu Changa have to scold me? Isn't it all his fault that I ended up like this? But at this time, Guchanga was too lazy to care about her. He raised his head to look at heaven abyss in the sky, black and white divine light flowing through his eyes. Under the stripping of the power of samsara, the terrifying surging gray, terminating chi became thinner, and some outlines could be seen. Apart from a large number of creatures contaminated by the terminating chi, there was only a terrifying crack in it, like a wound between heaven and earth. The terminating chi leaked out from it. Guchanga's prediction was right. This heaven abyss did lead to the terminating sky, but it was only a small part. It was probably hundreds of millions of times away from the entire terminating land. He planned to go in and see if he could refine this small part of the terminating sky first. Now it seemed that the only difficulty was that there were endless terminating creatures. Just the number of saint-level creatures was not small. Because of Jiang Chu, there were even a few terrifying creatures who had reached the ultimate saint realm. They were wrapped in dense terminating chi, and gray fog filled the sky. Brother Gu, you're really an honest person. At this time, Prince Jean, who had a melon-eating expression on his face, could not help but mutter softly. She didn't expect Guchanga to say such a thing. Looking at the situation just now, Jiang Chu and Guchanga definitely had some unspeakable past. Otherwise, why would Jiang Chu say to Guchanga that she didn't need his help? She thought that Guchanga would comfort Jiang Chu and make her calm down with gentle words. In the end, Guchanga's answer made Wang Zijin stunned for a long time. Then, she couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of her heart. She only wanted to say, as expected of you. In front of her was a peerless beauty who couldn't be described as beautiful, but she was actually scolded by him like this. He was simply unromantic. If she was in Jiang Chu's shoes, she would have hugged Jiang Chu and comforted her gently. However, Guchanga's method seemed to be quite useful. Didn't Jiang Chu calm down now? But now, Wang Zijin wanted to know what happened between Jiang Chu and Guchanga. She was really curious. Logically speaking, the two of them had only met twice. So why were they so familiar with each other? However, she also knew that she wouldn't be able to get anything out of this kind of thing. Guchanga and Jiang Chu weren't the kind of people who would answer her. At this time, suddenly, accompanied by a divine light that soared into the sky, a monstrous sword light appeared in front of them. It was like a mountain peak that broke through the dome of heaven. Strands of sword light bloomed between heaven and earth. It was as if millions of divine swords were surging from all directions. Then they directly slashed into the terrifying gray fog in front of them. The sky fell and the earth cracked, and the surroundings trembled violently. Under this aura, the large number of terminating living beings were like snow under the scorching sun. They didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into ashes in an instant. They disappeared into thin air, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The terrifying creature that had just reached out its hand couldn't help but scream. Decaying blood fell from heaven and earth, containing a terrifying corrosive power. With a bang, even the void was corroded into a shocking hole. Such a scene was too shocking. Ordinary saints would change their expressions and not dare to approach. Wang Zijin and Jiang Chu couldn't help but be stunned. Under this heavenly abyss, Guchanga's figure stepped forward. His body was shrouded in 5-colored divine light, wrapped in a thick, chaotic fog like a young god. At this moment, many extremely terrifying phenomena appeared around him. True dragons bowed their heads, immortal phoenixes spread their wings. The destruction of the universe and thousands of tribulations turned to ashes. There was even a faint, mysterious, and vast world appearing. Immortal trees were tall, divine mountains were boundless, and immortal lakes were vast. As he stepped forward, a golden passage spread out under Guchanga's feet. The vast power of rules extended to the crack in the sky. Buzz! Behind him, a golden Taoist scripture opened. Densely packed divine weapons and sacred artifacts appeared. They were incomparably dazzling, illuminating this place brilliantly. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents, bells, cauldrons, and mirrors. Divine power surged, containing unparalleled power, and attacked the interminating creatures in all directions. A battle that was many times more terrifying than Jiang Chuchu's battle just now was taking place here. Looking at the countless interminating creatures in front of him, Scram! Gu Changa shouted softly. His expression was cold and calm. Many divine weapons appeared above his head, and terrifying laws descended. At this moment, he looked like he was going to stop the interminating sky from descending for the sake of all living beings in the world. He charged forward fearlessly. All the interminating creatures along the way couldn't even get close to him. They were crushed in midair by the various terrifying auras around him. Gu Changa! Seeing his actions, Jiang Chuchu and Wang Zijin couldn't help but be stunned. They couldn't understand at all. Wang Zijin had a look of shock on her face. She couldn't believe it. She even wondered if she had misunderstood something. Was Gu Changa's purpose of coming here was to stop the interminating sky from descending? His purpose was exactly the same as Jiang Chuchu's? What is Gu Changa trying to do? Could it be that he was really like that Jiang Chuchu and was going to fight against the absolute Yin life spirit? There's no end to them. Is he crazy? Does he really think he has a way? This is something that many ancient beings have a headache over. They avoid it like it's a snake or a scorpion. What he's doing is no different from courting death. Wang Zijin was very shocked. She couldn't understand Gu Changa's actions. In her opinion, Gu Changa was an absolute egoist. He wouldn't do anything that would harm his interests. There is no need to say how dangerous the interminating sky was. For example, the interminating battlefield they encountered before was only caused by some of the aura leaking out. The danger in the interminating sky was probably thousands of times more dangerous than the interminating battlefield. Logically speaking, at this time, shouldn't Gu Changa be far away like the other cultivators, afraid of being contaminated? Looks like Brother Gu is different from what I thought. A person like him isn't completely selfish. He still has a righteous heart. Wang Zijin couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Gu Changa, just based on this point alone. The rest of the younger generation couldn't catch up to Gu Changa even if they flattered him. As a transmigrator, she couldn't understand Gu Changa's feelings of caring for the common people of the world. But that didn't affect her admiration for Gu Changa. She couldn't bring out this kind of courage. Brother Gu isn't a rash person. Since he dares to do this, he must have some confidence. Although Wang Zijin was worried, she had no other choice but to wait at this time. And contrary to Wang Zijin's thoughts, Jiang Chuchu was completely stunned at this time. In her opinion, Gu Changa was such a cold and heartless demon. He had done all kinds of bad things and was deranged. How could he treat the world's safety as his responsibility, like she did, asking him to stop the interminating sky from descending? That was simply impossible. But now he was doing so. He was even going to stop the interminating sky from descending in front of the 2 human ancestor hall disciples. Why, Gu Changa, why are you doing this? Jiang Chuchu was stunned. Her eyes widened. She couldn't understand at all. In the end, she thought of the most likely possibility, which made her tremble the most. Gu Changa's motive for doing this had a lot to do with her. He scolded her just now because he was worried. After all, with Gu Changa's temperament, he couldn't show anything, so he could only use this method to express his anger and worry. And now he was going to stop the interminating sky from descending because he wanted to help her. He was afraid that she would still stay here and lose her life in the end. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuchu couldn't help but bite her lip. There was no trace of coldness on her face. Just now, Gu Changa scolded her very fiercely, but his actions were not ambiguous at all. He was actually stubborn. He scolded her mercilessly, but there was still warmth in his heart. This made Jiang Chuchu's expression extremely complicated. She remembered when Gu Chang'e imprisoned her in his small space. At that time, he was actually like this. In the end, it was because her actions had disappointed him too much and exhausted his last bit of patience. That was why he said those irresponsible words that didn't care about her life and death, and that the two of them had nothing to do with each other anymore. Gu Chang'e, Jiang Chuchu couldn't help but mutter. For a moment, she felt that her mind was in a mess. She clearly hated him so much that she couldn't wait for him to die like this. This way, there would be one less terrifying disaster in the world. But why was she unable to help but feel worried? Jiang Chuchu, as the successor of the human ancestor palace, how can you fall in love with a great demon? You are destined to stand on the opposite side of him. She silently chanted the mind-cleansing mantra in her heart, trying to calm herself down. But all the things she had learned over the years of cultivation seemed to be useless at this time. Her mind was in a mess. This made Jiang Chuchu at a loss. In the depths of heavenly abyss, gray fog surged. Gu Chang'e's expression was somewhat interested. At this time, he had actually vaguely guessed the thoughts of the two people outside. After all, it was his intention, whether it was Jiang Chuchu or Wang Zijin. They couldn't guess his true intentions. Since ancient times, when the interminating sky descended, the first reaction of cultivators was to run. Who would dare to enter it? Not to mention that there were no fortuitous opportunities in the interminating sky. This level of danger was comparable to many forbidden lands of ancient times. Unless one wanted to die, who would come here? Therefore, no one would think of his intentions. Instead, they would think that he came here to prevent the interminating sky from descending. It's good that you think so. I don't have to spend so much effort to pull the flag. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but smile. Then, with a raise of his hand, many divine weapons appeared, bursting with terrifying divine might, shattering all the interminating living beings around him. He walked towards one of them. The closer he got, the more powerful the living beings he encountered. They had long lost their spirituality and only had killing and destruction in their hearts. The interminating qi here was actually very dense. Even saints would be corroded if they entered. If they stayed here for a long time, they would definitely be affected. However, it wouldn't affect him much. At this moment, many black vortexes appeared on the surface of Gu Chang'e's body. Terrifying runes of the great Tao circulated. There seemed to be an indescribable ancient god sitting cross-legged within. World sounds, sacrificial sounds, and chanting sounds reverberated. When all the interminating qi got close to him, they were all swallowed by these vortexes. They couldn't affect him at all. Instead, there were more and more interminating living beings here, which made him frown. If there wasn't Wang Jin outside, it would be fine. But now, if he used a forbidden demonic technique, it was very likely that some of his aura would attract her attention. Then Gu Chang'e took out an item. Golden light surged and instantly spread out in this space. It was like a seal of mountains and seas, but it was actually the celestial seal that Gu Chang'e used to fool others. This was a genuine Supreme Being artifact. With his current cultivation, it was almost impossible for him to fully activate it. However, a wisp of the Supreme Artifact's divine might was enough to disperse the interminating living beings nearby. Then, the 8 Desolation demonic halberd appeared in his hand. The celestial seal hung above his head, and terrifying divine light shone down. It was like a galaxy incomparably vast. Gu Chang'e raised his hand and chopped down. The absolute saint in front of him immediately exploded, unable to stop him. Soon, this vast space was cleared by him, and a clean path was formed, leading directly to the deepest part of the space. This was the source of the interminating qi. Not long after, Gu Chang'e found the place with the densest gray fog in the depths of heaven abyss. The nearby interminating living beings had been cleared by him. There were almost no figures left. At this moment, it was strangely peaceful. It seems that this is the source. As long as I refine this place, I can control this part of terminating sky. Gu Changa whispered to himself. Suddenly, black and white colors flowed in his eyes. The power of time appeared, turning into two peerless immortal swords, and slashed down with clanging sounds. The terrifying gray fog exploded from within, as if it was torn apart by a terrifying power. An increasingly dense and shocking black substance slowly flowed within. It was a substance that seemed to have a life of its own. It was as black as the starry sky, but it could swallow the world barrier and cover everything. At this moment, if there was a cultivator here, he would definitely be so frightened that his skull would explode. This kind of aura was clearly enough to destroy everything before it even got close. Even after the death of a prime, or even the corpse of a quasi-emperor, it was impossible to have such an aura. Just a wisp seemed to be enough to swallow the heavens and crush all matter. This is the extremely rare terminating origin in the core area of terminating sky. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Oh, no, this should be credited to Prince Jean. It's all thanks to her that I can find this thing. Gu Changa's expression revealed some interest. Even at this moment, the celestial Luanseal emitted a sense of fear. The god inside sensed danger and was extremely afraid of the terminating origin, afraid that it would swallow and cover it. However, the 8 Desolation demon, Halberd, was very quiet. I just don't know if this terminating origin or my great Tao treasure bottle is stronger. Maybe I can take this opportunity to let the bottle evolve. Chapter 265. With that thought in mind, Gu Changa sat down cross-legged and communicated with the system. He planned to try refining it with his destiny points later. Buzz! At this moment, black light began to appear above his head. Strands of black light fell down. Runes of the great Tao intertwined and then fell toward the black substance. The great Tao treasure bottle began to float up and down like a terrifying black hole. Then it swallowed down. Its initiative was far beyond any other time. Gu Changa underestimated its desire for the black substance. Even when it swallowed the human ancestor's seal of samsara, it didn't feel this way. It seems that I don't need destiny points anymore. Gu Changa sat cross-legged in the void. A jade-like black light began to appear on his face, giving him a sense of solemnity. The ancient sacrificial chant of the world seemed to reverberate in this place. Behind him, demonic chi filled the sky, and a peerless demon lord appeared. Its eyes were cold and emotionless, intimidating thousands of realms. At this moment, some things in Gu Changa's mind cracked and began to break. Some of his deepest memories surfaced. In front of the mountain peak, clouds rolled and a very simple, thatched hut sat on the side. On the blue stone, a little girl in red was dancing with a sword. Her sleeves fluttered and the silver sword light splashed between heaven and earth. In front of the hut, she stood with her hands behind her back. Her red coat and silver hair fluttered in the wind. Everything in the world seemed to change because of the sword in her hand. After the dance, the little girl in red ran to her happily. "Master, I met the disciples of the 9th Heaven's peak today. They wanted to steal from me and said that my talent was average. They said that I would at most reach the immortal state in this life. However, they were all defeated by me with a single sword strike. Who told you to defeat them?" Her expression was calm and her voice didn't fluctuate much. The little girl in red's smile froze and she lowered her head. "I was wrong, Master. The sword I taught you is not for you to defeat the enemy." Her voice still didn't change. The little girl in red went down the mountain. When she returned, her body was covered in wounds, and she carried a string of heads in her hand. "Master, I'm back." Although she was injured, she was very happy. "This is your favorite roasted chicken." He patted her head. "The 9 Heavens peak and the 9 Heavens continent no longer exist from today onwards. No one can bully my disciple." "Master, I made a friend at the foot of the mountain this time." "Oh, A man or a woman? A woman, but she's not human. Then what is she? She is a little peach tree. He smiled and said, Then I'll poach her to accompany you. After that, another slender and clean little peach tree grew on the mountain peak. The memory stopped abruptly. Gu Chang 660. Go fell into deep thought. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Outside, the in-terminating life spirits and the in-terminating life force are greatly decreasing. Could it be that Gu Changa really has a way to stop all of this? Wang Zijin looked at the heavenly abyss in the sky with some surprise. In her perception, the monstrous gray fog in heaven abyss had become much thinner than it had been at the beginning. What did this mean? It meant that Gu Changa was really confident in going there. The in-terminating life force that was extremely difficult for all ancient existences to deal with was actually resolved by Gu Changa. It was simply a fantasy. Isn't it said that since ancient times, only the human ancestor has a way to resolve the in-terminating life force? Gu Changa can't be the reincarnation of the human ancestor, right? Wang Zijin was a little puzzled. She looked at Jiang Chuchu beside her, but there was no abnormality on Jiang Chuchu's face. He was calm and composed. Other than silence, there was no other emotion. In these few days, Jiang Chuchu's injuries were more or less healed, other than being a little worried at the beginning. She later noticed that the in-terminating life force was decreasing. She understood that Gu Changa was fine, so she was relieved. Moreover, the in-terminating life force that was extremely troublesome to all living beings could be resolved by Gu Changa. If she didn't know that the human ancestor had been secretly harmed by Gu Changa, even she would suspect that Gu Changa was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. At this time, Jiang Chuchu suddenly remembered what Gu Changa had said. What the human ancestor palace lacked was not the human ancestor, but the identity of the human ancestor. Now that the human ancestor was dead, no matter what, if the human ancestor palace wanted to continue standing, they had to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Did they really have to find someone to pretend to be the human ancestor at this time? Jiang Chuchu had never thought about this matter. After all, doing so would mean betraying the sect. But at this time, she couldn't help but think about it. Jiang Chuchu, tell me honestly, what happened between you and Gu Changa? At this time, Wang Zijin suddenly spoke and asked about the matter that she was most concerned about these days. Jiang Chuchu had already regained her composure. Naturally, she couldn't tell Wang Zijin everything. Tell her that Gu Changa was actually the inheritor of the demonic arts, and that the current prince was actually just an unlucky guy who took the blame? Then tell her that Gu Changa had actually imprisoned her for a long time, that the successor of the human ancestor palace in the past was just an imposter? Although these were all facts, Wang Zijin definitely wouldn't believe it given her temperament. Instead, she would wonder why Gu Changa didn't kill her for knowing these secrets. Therefore, Jiang Chuchu only said calmly, You don't have to worry about these. Gu Changa is not a good person. You have to stay away from him. That's it. Hearing this, Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. To think that I treated you as my best friend. In the end, you didn't even tell me these things. Of course I know that Gu Changa is not a good person. She felt that the current Jiang Chuchu was also having her own thoughts. In the past, whenever she asked about men, she would be filled with disgust. She was just short of coldness and disdain written all over her face. How could it be like now? Gu Changa is really very dangerous. It's best that you don't get too close to him, Jiang Chuchu sighed softly. In her calm tone, there was a meaning that only she could understand. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Originally, I had quite a good impression of Gu Changa, but since you have an unclear relationship with him, then I'll forget about it now. At this time, Wang Zijin also sighed, looking a little sad. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu stiffened slightly. What did he mean by saying that she had an unclear relationship with Gu Changa? Moreover, Wang Zijin said that she had a good impression of Gu Changa? You don't. Wang Zijin observed her expression and smiled ambiguously. That's good. It was also at this time that the heavenly abyss, which had been quiet for a long time, moved again. Immediately after, Gu Changa's figure walked out. On the surface, there was nothing unusual about him as before. Jiang Chuchu and Wang Zijin both looked over. In their eyes, there was a different expression. Are you okay, Brother Gu? Jiang Chuchu wanted to ask, but she didn't expect Wang Zijin to speak first. She glanced at Gu Changa, moved her lips, lowered her head, and swallowed back the words that she wanted to say. I'm fine. Now, the matter of the Inde here has been resolved for the time being. But with my ability, this is the most I can do. Gu Changa shook his head and looked at the two with a slightly strange expression. He didn't say anything more. He had indeed refined the in-terminating origin source here. Not only could he control the power of End, but even the great Dao treasure bottle had a mysterious change. However, Gu Changa didn't intend to let others notice this so quickly, so he didn't completely resolve the remaining Yin and Qi. With this experience, he would be able to refine a new in-terminating origin source much faster. Brother Gu, sometimes I even suspect that you are the reincarnation of the human ancestor. You did something that others couldn't do. Wang Zijin said half-jokingly. Her bright eyes were full of smiles. What reincarnation of the human ancestor? I don't know. An existence like the human ancestor is not something a small cultivator like me can talk about. As for this Yin and Qi, it was just a fluke. If I encounter it in the future, I probably won't be so lucky. Gu Changa sighed slightly. At this time, it seemed that he didn't want to hide it. Accompanied by a swishing sound, his sleeve split open. Then, from his arm up, wisps of gray fog began to spread out, including his bones and skin, showing a corrosive state. It looked extremely terrifying. It was a shocking sight. Of course, this injury was definitely caused by him intentionally and was not caused by the battle. Seeing this, Wang Zijin's expression couldn't help but change. She was frightened by this shocking injury. Brother Gu, you were corroded by the Yin and Qi. Let me see. As she spoke, she didn't care about the difference between men and women, nor was she afraid of being corroded by the Yin and Qi. She pulled Gu Changa's arm and was about to check the injury. Jiang Chuchu's expression couldn't help but change slightly at this time. He was a little worried, but she could only stay out of it like an outsider. Clearly, Gu Changa's injuries were caused by her. This made her feel a little guilty and uncomfortable, and Gu Changa didn't look at her. Just as he said before, it was as if he found her an eyesore. Brother Gu's injury should have been caused by some living creature, right? Ordinary Yin and Qi wouldn't be mixed with the rules of the Saint Realm. Wang Zijin finished checking the injury and said with a frown. As she spoke, a bright immortal spirit light appeared in her palm, containing an astonishing vitality. Swish! This immortal spirit light made a sizzling sound when it touched the Yin and Qi. It was like pouring water on boiling oil. Gu Changa couldn't help but frown, but he still didn't say a word, as if he was forcing himself to endure. This injury was caused by my carelessness at that time. I was attacked by a Saint Realm creature, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult to expel. Speaking of this, his face became even paler, but his expression was still calm. Gu Changa! Seeing him like this, Jiang Chuchu felt a little uncomfortable at this time and wanted to say something. But after calling out Gu Changa's name, she didn't know what to say. It seemed that other than calling Gu Changa despicable, shameless, and a bastard, she hadn't talked to him properly. Saintess Chuchu, what's the matter? Hearing this, Gu Changa glanced at her and asked casually. He didn't mention anything about what had happened before. Jiang Chuchu felt the coldness in his voice and couldn't help but feel wronged. But on the surface, she still showed calmness. Thank you for saving me before. Since you're fine, I'll leave first. I'm fine, so you don't have to worry about me, Saintess Chuchu. If you have the time, you should worry about the safety of the people in the world. Otherwise, more living beings will be killed by the inheritor of demonic arts. Gu Changa's tone revealed that he didn't care. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu's face turned slightly pale, but she didn't say anything more. Then, she glanced at Wang Zijin and turned into a divine rainbow, leaving this place first. Brother Gu, you seem to have some conflict with Chu-Chu? Seeing this, Wang Zijin couldn't help but ask with interest. I just can't stand how righteous she is, and how she values the people in the world more than anything else. Gu Changa shook his head and said casually. Then, the two also left this place and didn't stay. In this Yin-ending battlefield, the sudden decrease in the number of Yin-ending energy and Yin-ending living beings attracted the attention of many cultivators. But a place like the depths of the battlefield was like a forbidden zone to everyone. No one dared to casually explore, so not many people paid much attention to it. Whether it was Wang Zijin or Jiang Chuchu, they didn't like to blow things up to the point where everyone knew about it. Gu Changa was even more eager for this matter to be kept a low profile. Currently, the Yin-ending sky hadn't really entered the eyes of some old monsters. If they knew that he had a way to deal with the Yin-ending energy, they would definitely come looking for him. This was a matter that concerned the entire upper realm. Even if he was the young master of the Longevity Gu family, he had to be a strong man at this time and follow them into the Yin-ending sky. Gu Changa naturally didn't want to encounter such a thing. After all, it was troublesome. Then, after parting with Wang Zijin, he returned to his temporary residence in Nanxingtan. Gu Changa also felt the strangeness of the Yin-ending energy. He compared it in the Innerverse and found that this energy had a strong devouring ability to cover space. In particular, some formation patterns and runes were like paper in front of it and could be easily corroded. Now he had only refined a piece of the Yin-ending origin. But the power of this piece of Yin-ending origin was enough to cover a territory of 100,000 miles. In other words, Gu Changa now controlled the Yin-ending sky that was 100,000 miles in size. 100,000 miles wide was enough to cover some of the smaller planets with life. During this period of time, Gu Changa also received news from Yan Ji that she had made some progress in the matter he had asked her to investigate. She's really not in the Taichu demonic sect anymore. Gu Changa muttered to himself softly and understood. He asked Yan Ji to go to the Taichu demonic sect to ask about Su Chinga. Both of them came from the lower realm, so Yan Ji was naturally familiar with them. In the end, he received news that Su Chinga had already left the Taichu demonic sect some time ago. It was about Su Chinga having two souls in one body. In fact, Gu Changa had been paying attention to this because Su Chinga's fate points were not fixed. According to her own confession, some memories of the upper realm would appear in her mind every once in a while. Gu Changa noticed that when Su Chinga's memories were awakened, her fate points would increase. There was a strong connection between the two. He had also investigated about Su Chinga's other soul and even asked his mother to look into it. But in the end, they found nothing. Gu Changa then asked Su Chinga to stay in the Taichu demonic sect and let his mother teach her. It's just a guess. If we want to verify it, we have to find traces of Su Chinga. Gu Changa then ordered his subordinates to pay attention to the recent movements in the various Yin-ending battlefields in Nanxing Sky. If Su Chinga was the inheritor of the mysterious demonic technique that Yi Langtian siblings mentioned, then she would definitely come to Nanxing Sky during this time. The existence of the Immortal Academy was naturally the best breeding ground for the true inheritor of the demonic technique. Not to mention that Nanxing Sky was in chaos now, and Princing was the inheritor of the demonic technique. For her, this was the best opportunity to fish in troubled waters. With Gu Changa's current spies, it was too easy to find someone who was not deliberately hiding. If it's really Su Chinga, then she should thank me properly. At least for now. Only Yi Langtian and Yi Liuli know that there's a second inheritor of the demonic technique. But speaking of which, would she covet my source energy? Thinking of this, Gu Changa's expression became a little interested. Back in the lower realm, Suchinga had shown extraordinary intelligence and rationality. At first, she was afraid of Guchanga, which was why she submitted to him. But as time passed, who knew if she changed her mind? It was not that Guchanga did not believe in Suchinga, but he did not believe in her other soul. Without the other soul, he did not believe that Suchinga could inherit the forbidden demonic technique. Soon, a few days passed. Guchanga also received news about Suchinga. As he expected, she had indeed come to Nanshin Sky